Hey, should be live. Should be live. Please comment and hit the like button. Let me know how the sound is in the live chat. Hopefully it's all right. Okay. Yeah, it seems all right based on my checking, but let me know. Let me know how the picture is. It's a little interesting. Okay, and I'm very excited for tonight's stream, and I want to discuss a topic that's admittedly a trendy topic. Maybe not so much anymore, but it was for about 2 years, and it hasn't really gone anywhere. At least like publicly, I think things are still happening on um, kind of like more behind the scenes, among people who are, and not even just behind the scenes, but among people who are really involved in the subject, even some in an academic sense. But uh, that is the fall of physics. And when I say physics, what I mean by physics is, at least right now, fundamental physics, what we would call fundamental physics. I don't even know necessarily whether or not that is a good term. I think it might be the term that is misleading everybody and stifling the conversation. And I want to talk about really like why this has happened. And this is something this channel discusses. We have our subjects on here, like everybody, but I I wanted to discuss it again tonight. Now that this conversation has kind of dwindled in the public sphere, or the more popular sphere, and because what is clear is that it hasn't led to it, any any answers in the public yet. And I want to talk about before anything that's going on in the more, among conversations and the more involved, people, uh, before that matriculates, I guess, its effects into actual experimental physics, if that ever happens. I want to talk about kind of what what uh, public narrative shift would cause a renewal in physics. And there's a lot of talk about like the fall of physics. I want to talk about like the renewal of physics is my point. And we do have to first talk a little bit about like what caused the fall, and uh, and not focus so much on what is not working, but focus on, well, why things stopped working. That's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about string theory and how it hasn't led to any advances in like, decades. That's obviously true. But I want to talk about how we renew physics and what caused the fall. Because it's actually something very specific, and I want to kind of demonstrate it too. And and I want to demonstrate why we've lost the ability, or not why all of us have lost the ability, but why most of the prominent voices in academia, when it comes to physics at least, but really across the board, why they why they're stuck. And they don't know why they're stuck, by the way. If they did, they wouldn't be stuck. But um, they are stuck, and it is the evidence is there and speaks for itself that we have found no new particles that and some of the predicted particles have not been found, and like the graviton, and we have no answers for dark matter, or dark energy, or which are really just really questions. They're not like we'll talk more about it, but like they're not even exactly what they would seem in based on the term that has been chosen for them, and that's part of the problem. And why they've lost the context, seem to have lost the context of physics. There's no context to physics. That is why nobody, why people are stuck. I don't want to say nobody's stuck. I'm trying to be very specific with my language, and especially, I'm just seeing a really like a. I mean, it's always been common that people are not specific with their language, but I've just seen a lot of just popular voices online be very, very, very not specific in their language, and some maybe even intentionally, and it's really unfortunate. If you're speaking to anybody, you have a responsibility to try and be impeccable with your word. What that means is true about your goals, true about to what you are purporting to believe, and as specific and also as kind as you possibly can be. At least those four things. And it's probably not a coincidence that it's at least four things. This is, I don't know how many people even think about what it means to be impeccable with your word. I've heard that term before, and I didn't come up with it. Let's see who did. Be impeccable. I actually heard my wife say it to me once. That was the first time I heard it. Being impeccable with your word means speaking with absolute integrity. It is the practice of only saying what you mean, avoiding gossip, using your voice to uplift rather than harm. That's basically exactly what I just said. It's being kind, being honest about what you are purporting to believe, and what, about what you know. Admitting your goal, being honest about your goals, I think is very important. I think that's kind of the thing that's really missing, is because we always assume that we have the same goals as each other when we come into these conversations, any kind of conversation. It doesn't matter what it's about. If you're having a conversation or a debate or a discussion with somebody, you kind of assume that the other person has the same goals as you, and you shouldn't. And I'll give an example of, if you're trying to, let's say, find let's say you're trying to talk about a political goal when it comes to legislation. If you, let's say, I said this once to somebody, we were talking about, basically gun control or weapons rights, and they were like, well, they were basically saying the world would be a better place if there weren't like guns or knives or swords or weapons at all. And I was like, what is your goal? Is your goal to get rid of those objects, or is your goal to reduce like violence and harm and homicide? Like, are you trying to get rid of murder, or are you trying to get rid of a knife? In the UK, they ban knives everywhere now. Like, you have very limited in the types of knives that you can carry, and it's like really kind of odd rules. But the question is like, are you trying to reduce homicide rate, or are you trying to get rid of knives because you like have a irrational fear or something? You have a personal fear. I don't want to say irrational because that sounds judgmental, but like you have a personal disdain or dislike for that object. And but you would assume then when you're having these kinds of conversations like that, you have the same goal. It's like, we don't want people to get hurt, but that's not necessarily the goal of both people involved. Like, And you have to be honest about what your goal is. And you know, a lot of people will say, my goal is the truth, and my goal is, you know, I don't know, whatever nice sounding platitudes people will say online. And, but like the goal very often becomes like chasing views. And I understand it's very tempting sometimes. But and even I have to like remind myself of the goal of this channel. And it frames the conversations that I'm going to have on here and how I discuss it and what I say. It makes it less likely to be shared. So please share, please like. It really helps. If you find this content valuable, I do want to know. And comment it in the chat, live chat, any questions you have, or the comments down below. But it's the goal of this channel is to help us realize the context of everything and everyone. But there is a hierarchy of how you have to go about doing that. But like, really, that's the point. Is like, it's to help us reintroduce the context of all of this, including physics, including morals, including you know, AI, you know, politics, whatever. I mean, really everything. And because everyone, it kind of includes everything, but that's not the point. It's everyone is the point. Like, why even engage in any of these things if people aren't the point? And by people, I mean like persons. I don't necessarily mean humans alone, but beings, sentient beings, someones, all the someones. But this is how we kind of start to advance science again. But it is going to require change in science, and we're going to talk about some of this tonight. But one final thing I want to say, I will talk more about this when it comes to just like, I don't know, probably an AMA. I think the last AMA was great, by the way. I really appreciate everybody who participated in that. It was sometimes the streams that catch on are that are the ones that I'm not expecting, and then the ones that I think are going to be like, this is going to be the best stream. It's like not. But the one thing that I have ranted about in the last video, which was the AMA, was how these social media apps, but YouTube particularly, is being kind of destroyed by shorts, by short form content, and because it changes the incentive structures of like what is rewarded, to not completely, but enough to where it's like a fundamental, it's still a fundamental shift. It only rewards the most, like, you have seconds to get people's attention. And that's like the opposite of this stream, but it's also the opposite of the most important content on the internet. And, you know, I've thought about this a lot. It's like, would the world be a better place if Twitter disappeared tomorrow? Absolutely. Absolutely it would. And for many reasons. One, it's just so short, and it again rewards like the most catchy, and what that means is like inflammatory and content that you can produce. Whatever stirs people up, that's what is rewarded. And also, because it's text, mainly a text-only platform, I know there's video and whatever. There's long-form video. There's everything on every platform. But Twitter's for and built around and gone and sought out for the sake of short, you know, messages to people, public messages to people, and that are text. And this text it screws with our brain because we don't view people that we're communicating with in text as a human being. We don't treat them that way. We're really cruel, and we think it's right. It's like, I'm winning, you know. The 2016 election in the United States really like highlighted this, and I was one of those people that learned the hard way by being cruel to people who I like genuinely were my friends on and you know, they were cruel to me. A lot of people were cruel, but I've since reconciled. But it's, you know, we view it as a game instead of as a person. Whereas this long form content, try and show my, you know, I want to be transparent and show my face on here because I want people to see me as someone. It's part of why I love the lives too, is I can be much more authentic, versus like, you know, a curated video, which is still great, but it's also just, I'm just like, I don't know if lazy is the right word, but I'm just not. The only thing that you get as feedback that if you make a pre-produced video is likes and comments. And I don't like them as much as the live chat. Like if there's 3 people in the live chat, which let me see who's here. Arwappin, what's up? Hello all. I hate so much to say this, but you've got to hit the road. But this is an extremely important subject. Love and respect. Always, friend. Thank you. Hate to leave. You can always watch it later. You know, just hit the like button and come back. But we might even still be here. Who knows? But YouTube is different than Twitter. It's different than TikTok. TikTok disappear tomorrow, the world would be a better place. Would some people suffer? Yeah. Would some people suffer if Twitter got deleted tomorrow? Yeah. But would the world as a whole be a better place, kinder place, a less like distracted place? Yeah, absolutely. But if YouTube disappeared tomorrow, I think the world would be a worse place. And the more that it is populated by shorts, the less that's true, though. And I was talking to a friend of mine, and ranting about how, like, and I've talked about this on the last stream, that, you know, YouTube had changed their policy that allowed you to disable shorts on a teen or kids account that you manage as a parent. And I was really frustrated by the fact that it was not given, that option was not given to everyone. And it was only for kids accounts. And it was only because they were sued into it. It was not, they were worried about lawsuits. It wasn't because they actually care about kids. Like they are, that is not what they're thinking about when they are implementing their changes. They are trying to do 2 things. 1, maximize your time on the platform. And 2, maximize their revenue from ads. And these are actually, with shorts, these are actually conflicting goals. They are conflicting goals because people don't buy things because of shorts very much. Like, you know, if you have a sponsored video and people have sponsors on their podcast or whatever, like you know, there's just no room for it in shorts. And because as soon as the short is over, it goes to the next video. It's goal is it's trying to distract you from everything that you previously saw, which might have been an ad, in which case you're not going to take action on it, which means the company that's advertising isn't going to get the revenue, which then means they're going to spend less money on ads on YouTube over time, because it's not going to be as profitable. And then that decreases YouTube's bottom line. So it's actually like these 2 conflicting goals. And I was talking to a friend, and I was like, I hope that this is that they start to realize this, and that their loss in revenue, because of they realize it's because of shorts, and they make a change that allows you to not see shorts if you don't want to. And he was like, no way, man, they'll never do it. And I was like, yeah, you're probably right. That really sucks. And it's so I talk about this a lot on here, is that it's very rare that a platform gets better after it's hit its like apex, because any changes that you make to a platform that's already really well designed and useful is going to make it less useful. There's a point of not just diminishing returns, but like actually harm to it's like why the iPhone every other year just switches back and forth. This year it's more angular, that next year it's more rounded, then it's more angular, then it's more rounded, then it's more, and it goes a little bit bigger, then it goes a little bit smaller, then it goes a little bit bigger, then it goes a little bit smaller, because they they can make iteration of changes and improve the camera, but like they can't actually improve the object. It's the optimal size, at this point. They're not going to find a more optimal size than they already have for a phone. There's like, do you want a bigger phone or do you want a more pocket size phone? There's a optimal size for each of those, and they've found them, and they already have both. So this is a common to all the platforms, but people still need to justify their jobs, so they make changes, and it usually makes things shittier, especially lately. But YouTube did something amazing. I went and I was so frustrated because I realized my productivity has been severely impacted by YouTube Shorts over the past, like, I don't know, maybe even like almost 2 years. It's hard to know because I've also had my daughter was born, and I've been raising a little kid for the last 2 years too. So that also impacts your productivity on a lot of things because you have to place it in somewhere else. But the but I do know that like I'm not as productive on my goals as I used to be, and I don't consume content as like long form content on YouTube as much as I used to, and I want it. I want to, and I was like, why can't I get through a YouTube video, a podcast anymore? I used to listen to multi-hour long podcasts because of Shorts. That's why they got me, guys. They really got me, and but. So I was like I was up and I was bothered by it, and I was laying in bed next to my wife, and she's asleep, and I'm just like awake, trying to think about how to refocus a little bit on, especially on this project, and I have another baby on the way. Like I need every minute that I can get. I cannot be like wasting it on mindless scrolling, and which is distracting from your goals. And so I know this is probably a serious rant at this point, but I went and I was like, I'm going to make a kid's account that's attached to my account, and then I'm going to disable Shorts, and then I'll just use the kids account, and hopefully it'll let me watch all the normal YouTube content. It's not just going to allow me to watch, if you have a kids, there's kids content for kids on YouTube, and there's like weird restrictions on it, like you can't minimize the screen and like go look for other content at the same time. It's basically making it so that you can't do anything but watch the video that has been put in front of you, which makes sense because like they're you want to kind of control what kids are looking at. But I went and I looked it up. I was like, how do I create a kids account, disable Shorts, whatever. And I figured out that YouTube at some point recently, I think it's recent, I've never heard anybody bring it up. And it's the first time I heard of it, and I searched it more, not long ago, and found out that, they allow this for kids, but now everyone can disable Shorts. And what you do is this right here. I've been sending this to everybody. Right here. This is it. YouTube settings, time management, daily limits, toggle short feed limits set to 0 minutes. That's how you do it. You should do it. I encourage you to do it. I mean, obviously you can do whatever you want, but I really think that I think it's impacting everyone. And I was listening to this rabbi that I listened to, and he said this, and I'm going to show you. And it's what really made me like think a lot about how it's not just wasting your time. It's not just taking views away from people who are really putting good content together. And everybody that I've spoken to who has a YouTube channel has all talked about over the last like year or two, like their views have really dropped. And there's a few different reasons for that, but I think a big one that people aren't talking about is shorts. And people who are like, well, now I got to make shorts. That's what somebody said to me. They were like, well, I guess now you got to make shorts. That's not the goal of this channel. I have to be honest with myself about what the goal of this channel is, and with you. It's actually to do something meaningful, not to catch your attention unnecessarily. I'm not chasing views. Like some shorts, sure, it can be helpful maybe if it leads you to long form content, but I don't think that it actually usually does. And part of the reason for that is because shorts are usually most of the shorts that you see are on topics that you're not searching for. Maybe you search one topic and you cut some shorts about it, and you click one, you're like, that's about what I'm searched. And then you watch it, and then the next video, it may be about it, the same topic, and then the next video is not. And you don't even notice, because now it knows that it's something that you're going to be maybe interested in watching just based on like the algorithm, even if it's not related. And, I'll catch myself like looking up content because I have a question about something and I want actual content about it and explanations and, conversations. And then I see a short about the topic, I click it, and the same thing happens. The next short, I'm like, that's all right. That's not bad. The next short pops up and it's about it too. And then the next short pops up and it's about like a viral juice, like manual juicer, and how much juice you can get from a pomegranate. And it's like, that's something that I'm going to watch. And it's catering it to me, even though that has nothing to do with what I wanted to originally see, because I like juice and fruits, and, it knows that because I'm constantly looking up, different exotic fruits and things like that. I buy different mango varieties to try every week. So that's why it knows. And it just it doesn't actually lead people to like to like the long form content. I think it's too distracting. If it's present, it's going to distract you. But this is what. But I actually thought that like, is this harming my mentality? Not just like capturing my attention and distracting me from my goals, but like harming my thinking. It's like I'm not practicing intentionality as much. And I talk about this all the time on here, but thinking is a skill. And it's an intentional, it takes intentionality. It's not something you just do. It's something you have to choose to do and know how to do and practice to get better at. And I was losing that, and I could feel it. And I saw this is what this rabbi said, and I'm gonna, he's talking about men particularly a little bit in how he introduces this, but when it comes to content, I think it kind of applies to everybody, but I do think it applies more to men. I think men and women are very different. I don't even want to say very different, but like we wouldn't even call them men and women if we weren't different. So it's like almost misframing to call us different. I would just say the differences between men and women are fundamental, not for the most part, the ones that matter the most. And that's we'll get into it more another time, but like this I do understand why this applies more to men. Women are consumers, like by nature. That's their body is productive, but their like mentality is consumer. That's why everybody knows that. Women shop. Men don't go shopping. Some women go shopping. My wife doesn't really shop, but she does, but not like the way that people think of with most women. But for men, I think it's very important that men practice and understand true masculinity and what masculine attributes and what those actually are. And one of them is activeness, not reactiveness, and productiveness, not whereas like women are reproductive and men are like productive. And I don't mean that to be demeaning. It's just like it's just a nature. I'm not even talking about having babies, even though that's included, but that's not what I'm talking about. Men have to set goals and work towards them. Like that's what we have to do. Even to be attractive to women, you have to, like, women love seeing men who are competent in their hobbies, because it's like, it lets them see your competence in achieving a goal that you've set, which is they use it as a proxy for, your problem solving ability. But that you need to practice that to keep to be good at it. And so this is what he said.
It means earning a paycheck. It means bringing the energy. It means
we have a problem. What is going on here? See, this is what I mean by a crappy platform. Meta is really, like, the people at Meta suck in many ways. Like, it was very well designed for a while, and then now it's not. Okay. Let me know if the sound is wonky, by the way. The readings are looking a little weird, but here you go.
Is devalued and even vilified, and at the same time men are still expected to provide all the things they traditionally expected when masculinity was respected. But I'd like to offer a more spiritual perspective, and that is to understand what masculinity actually means spiritually. Masculinity means being a provider. It doesn't just mean earning a paycheck. It means bringing the energy. It means being the initiator. And you can blame women and say that they're not receptive to masculinity, and therefore men gave up initiating because the women were not responsive. And there may be some truth to that. But I don't think that's helpful right now to focus on the women's part. I think it's more helpful to focus on what men can do. And that is to realize that a lot of the things we're doing in 2026 turn us into passive recipients. I tell people all the time, don't use these apps to consume, use them to create. For every reel that you watch, you should produce 10, 20 reels. Don't be a consumer, be a giver, a provider, a creator. If in our day-to-day lives we're being consumers, how do you think suddenly in a male-female relationship you're going to step up, be the man, and be the provider?
He's 100% right. But that I will say that I caught myself becoming more just like feeling like I was just waiting for things to happen instead of making them happen. I don't think you need to make 20 reels, like, unless some reels are helpful, but especially like recipes and stuff. I like watching shorts if I'm looking for a recipe. I looked up how to make sloppy joes the other day while I was making sloppy joes, and for my just as I was making dinner for my family, and that's very helpful. I don't want to watch a 30-minute video on sloppy joes. I want to watch 2 minutes, maybe one, on sloppy joes. But other than that, like, I would say don't, be aware of your goals and how you engage with these platforms, for sure. Be honest about your goals, set them, and like be public about your goals. Otherwise, it does kind of devolve into just chasing views. But anyways, deactivate shorts. Do it. It's, you definitely should. I think you have like 2 YouTube channels I don't know why, but they're always like linked. I don't know if it's just me, it's just a channel if you have like a business YouTube too, or whatever, like a creator channel and also like a private channel. It's weird, but I don't know what the right terminology is. But if you go to the accounts, usually there's, for me at least, there's 2 accounts associated with every email. And I just set the settings in one to just not include shorts, and the other one I allow it. And if I ever need shorts, I can, go into the other account. But your typical account, deactivate shorts. And by the way, I did it, and I've been so much more productive in my goals. I haven't had that much time to watch like that much long form content, but I did get through like at least one podcast this week, which if you have a toddler and you got through a full podcast, good job. But I hadn't in a while. Like, it was really hard. I mean, I had some of them, but it took like multiple weeks sometimes to get through them. Again, part of that's having a toddler, but part of it is shorts, man. Like, I was weak, but it was also because they won't let you be strong. They won't let you turn it off, but they did. And it's the first time I've seen a seriously like positive change in a social platform in so long. We should definitely be spreading the word. You should spread the word. I'm telling everybody. I texted people about it. They're probably like, why do you care so much? But I see the damage it does to people. And with my professional life too, I work with YouTube creators and in my professional career, and in like the advertising side of things, and like I have seen it impact everybody negatively, professionally as well. So it's a big deal. It's a much bigger deal than people think. It's not just annoying. But turn them off and save YouTube. And that was my issue. Is like my wife was like, Tyler, just be better about it, And I'd be trying, and then I would fail, and I wouldn't even realize it until it was too late. And I kept myself, 15 reels in or whatever, shorts in, and I hate myself. But and them who the people at YouTube, but the problem is that I think YouTube is a very important piece of the internet. I would say it's probably the most important piece of the internet. I think it's the Library of Alexandria. You can learn about physics and everything else on YouTube, and you cannot do that on TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Twitch. You're not going to be able to do it. But here, you can do it. And so that's what we're going to do tonight, now that I'm done with that, rant. I'm afraid to even look at how long that took. But it's important, guys. Do it. Delete or deactivate shorts. Okay, anyways. Physics. I totally stopped going to Twitter earlier this year. Just realized there's no upside to a Twitter. None. There's literally none. Elon Musk is like, we need to save Twitter because it is like journalism. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not journalism. I'm not saying there's no journalism involved with it, but of course there is. That's everywhere. And the best journalism is going to be video, like from actually at the event that's, whatever is going on. And it's going to get it. Like, I say this a lot, but it's true. Another thing I just say a lot is that I say things a lot, but true news travels in niches. There's no news organization that does not eventually devolve into just like fear porn. Basically, it's like and anger, and incitement and clickbait and everything. And that's what it will always devolve into, and it will intrinsically be curated to whoever is posting, the stories and controls the stories that are published and the topics that are covered. It's curating what it's telling you intrinsically, and it's also framing to you what's important for you for your focus, and it's almost always going to be wrong. It's like fake. It is all fake news, not because it's lies. It's because it's not news to you. You don't need to know about 99% of the things that you read in the news. 99% or more. If it's news that mattered to you, you would find it not in the news. Like when something happens in like zoology or herpetology or physics, I never hear about it on the news first. Like I hear about it from the people that I communicate with and whose content I follow. That's topical because I'm interested in the subject. Like, you don't need the news to tell you about these things. And if you do, then it's not actually important to you. And the only thing that is like really kind of more important, if the news could be anything, it would be like focused on like local politics alone, like local legislation. Every time there's a new bill introduced that I don't know, you are within the jurisdiction of, maybe that would be like relevant, but that's not what happens at all. So anyways, physics. I want to look at a clip, and I'm going to post the full stream that this is from in the description below, but it's not there right now if you're watching this live, but I will post it. This is from Kurchai Mungel's channel.
What is the ontology according to GR? Like, what is the universe?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what is meant by that. I mean, I'm sure you could make sense of that in a number of different ways. I'm very close. I like to tie myself very close to the physics and the mathematics that I'm working with. So as I just mentioned, I'm working with a space-time manifold with a metric on top via Einstein's equation. We have some matter field there. That's the ontology. There's if you want me to expound on that, well, what does that mean? Then this is where I get very uncomfortable, and I say, I don't know. I don't want to go past that. The ontology of GR is you start with a manifold of events, and you have a metric that provides some causal structure and some additional structure. You have a matter field that's related to the geometry via Einstein's equation, and that's what there is.
Interesting. Okay, so there's some people who are substantivalists,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's some people who are relationalists. The substantivalists will say that space-time points exist, and they exist independently of matter. And then some people who are on the relational side, you can also correct me if I'm incorrect,
Yeah.
will say that it's all spatio-temporal relations between events, and that's what's real.
Yeah.
And my understanding is historically these can be seen as progenitors, broadly speaking, from Newton as the substance person, and then Leibniz as a relationalist. Now, whether or not that's historically accurate, that's at least the folklore. So, do you have a dog in that fight?
Yeah. See, this would be something that I maybe have got from David Malamet. I don't understand a lot of. There are just so many articles and books written about this, and it's occupied such an incredible part of the history of philosophy of physics. But I'm not sure I understand the distinction there. I think when you try to articulate what exactly you mean by both of those positions, you very quickly come to something like, well, what's the argument about here? So
He's lost. And this is who that is. Let's see. J.B. Malik. I think that's who that is. It's not exactly. I think that's who it is. The clearest description. Yeah, I think that's who it is. But he's lost, and I'm not in that context right there. I'm not saying that I want to watch the rest of this. I've been meaning to, and but I haven't gotten to it. Again, This came out in March. But this, now that I've turned off shorts, I'll probably get to it. But when everything he's saying here is, are terms that aren't actually describing of what something is. They're kind of describing of they're like labels. They're labels for things, but not actually descriptions of substance. And most people who are physicists, and I'm not going to say that this is his opinion, that this is him beyond that, what he just said, but like most people who are involved in physics academically would, again, do the same thing that he just did, where, or that he just stated, where they would stop there. They'd be like, that is what it is. And I'm not inclined to go any further. I don't really know what it means when you ask what is the universe? Like, what does that mean? And that is the problem, is they don't know what any of these things that they're describing or trying to describe even are anymore. They don't even have an assumption for the sake of argument. Their assumption for the sake of argument is, if you could say that some of them have one, it would probably be wrong, given that it hasn't led to any advances. So an example of this is, once I had was speaking in this physics and math Discord server, and it was one that has come up, in physics discussions over the past few years, multiple times. But it was one that was incredibly hostile to me, which is fine. I mean, I didn't expect to be loved, but there was eventually I put forward this idea that I have, and this is a theory that I have, or I guess it's a theory, but I don't know if it's true, but I think it is, and I hope one day to find out. I don't know how you would test it yet, but if anybody who's ever watching this in the future understands enough to have an idea about how to do it, let me know. But it is that this mathematical manifold structure called Bott periodicity is basically like what I call the stages of sentience, which is this in sentient singularity theory. It's a quark to a hadron to an atom to a molecule to a cell, or maybe it's a compound. I'm still working on the best terminology there. Cell to a multicellular organism to a family structure, which is really like a marriage structure. And, it's the stages of being. And where is this? Where's a good holonic periodicity? This right here. Bott periodicity. It's a series of loop spaces, is what they say. And this is the symbols for it here. And I think that this is that. Okay? I'm not saying that's all it is. I'm saying I think it also is. And I don't know for sure, but I see the same patterns that I see in the symmetry structures of how this is described and kind of laid out in this. It's not just that it's 8, but that was what first caught my attention. It's more than that. It has to, I'm not going to get into it now, but this is my theory. And so I said that in this physics Discord. And is the gain really high? I don't know. Lowered the gain a little bit on the mic. Let me know if that helps. I just keep seeing it spike to red, which is not typical. Like all the way to the top, not just like into the red, but like past the red. And I said that in this physics and math Discord, and it's filled with people who have PhDs or studying for their PhD, to get their PhD in math and physics. And this guy messaged me, who's studying for his PhD in mathematics. And he was like being nice on the surface, but I'm not going to try. I don't know. I have my own thoughts, feelings about like how genuine, like, I don't know. It came off a little bit demeaning, but that might just be me. It doesn't matter regardless. He wasn't mean. That's what I'll say, and give him props for that. But he was like, Tyler, I saw that you said this about bot periodicity. I think you're misunderstanding bot periodicity. And I'm happy to like help you, help explain it to you. And I was like, that'd be great. And I had suspicions about how this was going to go, which is exactly how it went. But I was actually kind of hoping to be wrong, because I would have learned something if I was wrong. Instead, I learned nothing because I was right. But so I was like, yeah, whenever you're free, and he was like, okay, this time, 10 a.m. or whatever. This was years ago, maybe 5 years ago. Let's jump in a voice room or whatever it's called on Discord. Discord was the first social media app that made me feel old, because nothing's intuitive for me on it, even to this day, even with a server. Which, if you would like to join our Discord server, it's a great community, and trying to revive it now that I am trying to refocus. Private message me on Instagram. I will send you the link. We have live calls on there in the past, and they used to be very regular every week, and they will become regular again. I'm not sure of the schedule, or I'm working on it. But this is bot periodicity right here. Bot periodicity theorem describes the periodicity of homotopy groups, which is used in algebraic topology to classify topological spaces. The first and simplest homotopy group is the fundamental group denoted as this, while record information from loops in a space, which records information about loops in a space. Intuitively record homotopy groups record information about the basic shape or holes of a topological space. Okay. What does that mean? It doesn't really matter right now. And I'm not even going to say that I fully understand it. But the point is, I understand some of that, but I'm not going to claim to understand all of it. But the point is that I don't think that people who are talking about this, structures like this, manifold structures, that as they, we'll call them, it'll be like you put a manifold on top of another manifold on top of an event or whatever. And there is a way to understand this, but it requires context, and without context, it doesn't mean anything. And so, if you're confused by this, then you're in good company. But if you think that other people do understand this very, very well, I would say that that's probably wrong. And so, what happened with this interaction was we join this. Him and I jump into this voice call group, and he starts trying to explain this to me, and because of just the controversy and I don't know, just the spectacle that I had become in this group, because just people spiraled. I wasn't being obnoxious or anything. They just didn't like my ideas. And we'll talk about why, because it has to do with the fall of physics. And a bunch of people saw that we were in this group, and they all just started tuning in and just watching. And this private, tutoring lesson on bot periodicity is now turning into a show. And so he was like, yeah, it's bot periodicity. It's not about consciousness or sentience or like living beings or anything like that. It's not about your theory. It's about a series of loop spaces. And I was like, yeah, I know. Loops of what? And he was like, it's about, periodicity in homotopy groups of classical groups, basically exactly what this says. And I was like, yeah, I know. Where are those loops? What loops is it discussing? What loops of what and where? Like, what are these loop spaces? And they didn't know. They just kept basically repeating themselves until somebody from the audience butted in and was like, whoa, hold on. Because eventually what happened was the guy who was trying to tutor me basically says, I don't know, but I know that it's not what you think it is. That's what he said, verbatim, which, by the way, means nothing. That's why why I say don't avoid anti-ideologies. It's like anti-fascist, anti-racist, whatever Tyler's theory is. That's not a theory in and of itself. It doesn't tell you anything. It's only destructive, because that's the goal of the entire framing. There's nothing else in the frame other than what you want to destroy. And so you want something that's positively framing. And so you want, tell me what you believe it is, not what you believe it's not. And then if you tell me what you believe it is, then if what you think it is not what I think it is, then yeah, you don't think it's what I think. But that will be intrinsic. And you can't just be like, it's not, I don't know, but it's not what you think it is. I know it's not, that it's not what you think it is. Something like that is what he said. And then this guy from the audience butted in and he's like, okay, whoa. There's a couple things here that I've realized. One, Tyler has this idea, and it might be right, it might be wrong. But what I also now know is that so-and-so has no idea what it is and thinks he does. And I was like, yeah, exactly. That is exactly true. I wish that some of these conversations could have been shown publicly. But any recordings that may or may not exist of some of those discussions will not ever be shown publicly. This one did not. This was not filmed or anything, but some of them were, and they knew it, but they asked that it never be shown publicly, and I said that I wouldn't, and so I'll honor it. But oh gosh, the temptation to play some of these, but they're so entertaining, and but this is exactly what I'm trying to show, is that these words that people are using to describe these structures are descriptive, but not on a structural level, but not on a nature they don't describe the nature. And when I talk about a fundamental theory, you have to say, and somebody asks, what is the universe? Kurt asked, he's like, what is the universe? What you have to say about it fundamentally is, what is its structure and what is its nature? And what is the context of that structure and nature? You can't just say what a structure is. Oh, it's a manifold structure, and periodic homotopy groups. It's like, that doesn't, of what? If you can't answer that, then what is even the point of any of bot periodicity? Raoul Bott, this was a huge thing for him, apparently. He's best known for bot periodicity theorem. It says it on his Wikipedia page right here. God rest his soul. And nobody seems to know what this is. And you can't figure it out on YouTube. on Wikipedia. Like, it's just a mathematical symmetry, equation. It's just a symmetry structure. It's that's it. Like, it doesn't say where this is. It doesn't say what it is. Bob periodicity makes use of observation that there are natural embeddings or closed subgroups between the classical groups. The loop spaces in Bob periodicity are the homotopy equivalent to the symmetric spaces of successive quotients with additional discrete factors of Z. What the heck does that even really mean? I'm not saying it doesn't, it can't be useful in context, but there's no context given. That's like saying what, general relativity. It's like, E equals mc squared. What is E equals mc squared? It's energy is equal to mass times the speed of light squared. Okay. But if you're going to ask what the universe is, you have to start asking, like, what is mass? What is energy even? What is the speed of light even mean? And we've talked about this before. It's like, it's just the speed of causality. And it's the speed that we perceive causality to occur. That's what it is. It's not like light is that fast. It's like, it means like change is that fast. It's the speed that and it's not even just this, it's how fast change is. What it really means is it is the limit to which change, causal change, causal chains of change can be observed. That's what it is by us. You want to know what the speed of light is? That is actually what the speed of light is. It's not the speed of light. That's the problem with these terms. They're miscontextualizing. They are a false description. What light kind of is it's observation. So it's like the speed. It's the limit, the speed limit to which of our observations of changes in causal chains. That's really what it is. If that makes sense, please let me know in the chat, because like that's not stated very often, and that's what we shouldn't even call it the speed of light. It's like this. It is, but the problem is that we observe it in that way because it's the observation that we're observing. It's that when we're looking at that, it's not. It's not like light is this kind of like really completely independent thing. The way that it's thought of. Same thing with matter. I mean, people say it's energy, it's all information, it's all computation, it's all matter. What do any of these things mean fundamentally? Nothing. They mean nothing fundamentally. They only mean something in context that is more fundamental than that. So it's not just all information, and it's not just all computation. Stephen Wolfram. That's like saying the universe is fundamentally change. If you're saying the universe is fundamentally computational, it's like the universe. That means the universe is fundamentally changing within the constraints of logic. Okay. That doesn't tell me anything. It's not a discovery. It's not a discovery to say that the universe is actually energy instead of matter. Like, none of this is a discovery. It's not, because none of it is a new understanding. It's actually like a trick, because it makes you think that you've added to your understanding, but you actually haven't. Not in a fundamental sense, at least. There's that clip that was in what is it called? Clea Irwin's like "What is Reality" video that I've shown on here. You should watch it. It's like an hour. It's very good, but I would say it even comes too short of giving of context, but it gets closer. But he says in it, there's this little cartoon. It's these little like cartoon physicists arguing with each other, and it's saying the universe is matter, and he's like, no, it's energy, and he's like, no, it's information. He's like, no, it's energy, and he's like, no, it's information, and he's like, no, it's energy, and he's like, energy is information. It's like, what? Okay, if energy is information and is matter, like, okay, that's great. It is. That's true. So why? Like, what are these things? So when we talk about what is dark matter versus dark energy, what are we actually talking about? And you need context for this stuff. It's not enough to be like, it's a manifold. And it's not enough to say that that there's just matter. It's not enough to say that the universe, is anything. We have to get to a context that's actually more fundamental, because all things are kind of defined by beings. Not even kind of, they are defined by beings, and sentient singularity theory asserts that. But it's not the current physics default in academia. Obviously, it's their presupposition is that consciousness or sentience emerges from inanimate matter, whatever that is, in a universe that had a beginning but no cause. No causer, I'll say. No causer. And so there's so much wrong with this. They kind of just need to scrap it all. You can't just take what they've done, what is the current narrative, and kind of like connect it and make it make sense, because it doesn't. You can't have inanimate matter be responsible for change. Any change. But especially change that is so anti-entropic as evolution. So like it really doesn't make sense. When people say evolution doesn't make sense with physics, or physics doesn't make sense with itself, whatever you want to say, and it's that none of it makes sense because none of it is enough context to make any of it make sense. It's all going to end up being a dead end eventually. Even like evolution, it's like what does that even mean anymore? Not adaptation, not natural selection in the context of cellular organisms. I'm talking about like evolution of matter, what we would call matter, but is really probably beings the same as, cellular organisms, and just not, it's just unrecognizable to us because of the scale is different. What people don't realize about like the limits of our observations and how we kind of perceive things is that the building blocks of your sensory apparatus, whether that is your eyes or your ears or your nose or your tongue when it comes to your senses, or even the a camera sensor, or an the structures of an electron microscope. None of these structures, whether they're organic or not, are not. They are all constrained by the medium of that makes up their building blocks. So, like, there is a scale limit to how small of a of a thing you can see if your sensor is built out of things that are the same size as the thing that you're looking at. You can't get enough information, if that makes sense. And there might not be there if you really think about it fundamentally, but you can't. It's just, regardless, it is a limit. If you're trying to take a picture of an atom with a digital camera that is, sensor is made of atoms that are the same size as the atom that you're trying to take a picture of, you're going to get a point as your picture. And even if there is more information there might not be, but even if there is, that's what you're going to get. It's not a technological. It's not limited by our technological development. It's actually a fundamental constraint you're not able to overcome just by, improving our microscopes and improving our camera sensors. And it's not a matter of that. It's a matter of, like, scale, not size, scale. Let's look up the definition. Scale versus size. This stream turned into something different than I was kind of intending, probably because of my rants in the beginning. But I'll put some timestamps in so that people can skip it if they want later on. But one of the things that I wanted to watch and give my thoughts on is this documentary that has come out called, oh man, what is it called? It's with Stephen Meyer and Brian Keating and a Discovery Institute documentary. Okay, let's look at the trailer. You can watch it, but I haven't seen it yet because I have to pay for it. I think it's called The Origin of Everything. Origin of Everything. The Story of Everything. This is it. But it will. I hope that if I do a stream on it, like, it's not going to get pulled, because people are more sensitive about their content being shown, even if it's in clips, if it's like a documentary or something, than it is if it's like a podcast that I'm giving commentary on. So I would hate to do a full stream on it and then they just take it down. That would be very annoying. Maybe we'll try it right now with this.
Today, I'm going to tell you a story which may seem very strange.
Galileo, Kepler, Newton.
Each tried to explain events in the history of the universe.
Has the universe always been here, or is it finite?
Is there something else that would lay these questions to rest?
It reopens that question of ultimate meaning.
How in the world did this start?
The simulation theory?
The multiverse. You can't trust what's in front of your eyes.
Come on, that's ridiculous. That belongs in the movies.
We want to take our metaphysical hypotheses and see what they point to.
And I can remember him saying,
here is evidence for what can only be described as a supernatural event.
He himself made a discovery that shook his personal philosophy.
The fact the universe sprang into being at a definite moment seems to me theological.
And it is science that has revealed this.
We were
dealing with a system of manifold, complex design. Turned out to be the tip of the iceberg.
We associate information with a rational intelligence behind it.
It had an uncanny resemblance to a digital bit stream, very much like an information carrier.
You can read the same segment forward to get one protein and backwards to get another.
It struck us with a tremendous impact.
Without guidance, we would get a life-unfriendly universe. Many organisms have beauty beyond anything that's relevant for their survival value.
The concept of life as a cosmic phenomenon should have many consequences. The question then was, what does one do about it?
Cue Stephen Hawking voice. Weird. That's the trailer. I'll include the link below. I haven't watched it yet, but I've been meaning to, and I want to do a stream about it afterwards. I will say, Stephen Meyer, he wrote Return of the God Hypothesis, and I love that term. That is what sentient singularity theory is. That's what it is. It's not. I'm not going to lie about it. At first, when I first started this channel, I was like, maybe like I just be like less, I don't know, overt about that and just let people realize it, and so they don't resist it so much. But I don't want to manipulate people. I don't think you can manipulate people into the truth. Into coming to the truth, I guess. You have to just be honest with people, and when they're ready for to find the truth on a subject, then that's when they'll find it, if they are being presented with things honestly. But if you tricking someone into hoping that and hoping that it leads them into discovering the truth, but you feel like the ends justify the means, and you have to trick them into it, I think that's actually not just like immoral, but also I would say immoral because it doesn't work at all. It just doesn't work. You can't build lies on the truth on top of lies. You can only build more lies on top of lies. Wait, so how serious is this? Because honestly, I'm buried in research 14 hours a day. What type of research? I'm curious. Like, what are you researching 14 hours a day? Like professionally? That are you talking about? Like, are you a research? Like, are you a grad student, or is this like a private endeavor? I'm not asking to demean it in any way. I'm just kind of curious what your comment is about. They are asking Peter Thiel, laughing my ass off. Why? What's wrong with Peter Thiel being asked a question? I think Peter Thiel is actually like a more talented thinker than most people. Not even just more talented thinker, a more practiced thinker, let's say that. Anybody can get better at thinking. It's a skill, but I think that he's somebody who, from what I've seen, is quite skilled at it. Not always, It says in the video description, there isn't a person on earth that I agree with on everything, and there is also not a person on earth who I disagree with on everything. It's important to remember that. Everybody has something to offer. I see Professor Dave Explains, Dave Farina. I was considering doing a stream on him tonight, and that I wasn't in the right mindset to do it. I was too frustrated with the world before the stream, so I don't want to do it out of that, because then I'll act just like he does in his debunkings. By the way, debunking video, that is an anti-ideology. It's we're going to destroy this person. He hates Peter Thiel, and anything and anyone associated with him is basically like dismissed by Dave because of Dave's political opinions, and are usually not aligned with Peter Thiel's political opinions. Okay, so what? What does that have to do with physics? You can ask Peter Thiel questions, and he can be right sometimes. One of the things that he said is that we haven't made physical advances in decades. The nuclear revolution, and the quantum mechanics and quantum physics revolution that led to nuclear power, nuclear weapons. There's the upside and then downside to it. Was kind of last like physical breakthrough in physics. We haven't had anything since. Everything has been iterative since then. And yeah, we've got the internet and stuff, but like fundamentally everything that's powering every bit of technology that we have and is still the same as it has been for almost 100 years at this point. But you had you could say the fire revolution when people first started using fire. And that lasted for a really long time. Burning coal, like that was like what powered society from the beginning till and it still does today. It's still used, but then we had the nuclear revolution, and now we have this information era. They used to call it before it. There's this old video of this guy interviewing people in the streets. It's black and white, and I think it's in like the 60s or 50s, and maybe even 50s. And he's like, "How do you feel about entering into the information era?" Like that's so old that they had that transatlantic accent, and they're like, "Oh, I don't know. It's quite exciting." But it's fascinating to see how people like what people were thinking back then. But the information era is a revolution, because technologies that we've built, kind of like the internet, are kind of built out of beings and people. Like YouTube is built out of people, really. Like it's changing, unfortunately, a little bit with AI, as people call it, AI slop. I report every video that I find that's AI slop. I don't even care if it's like, people will be mad about it. It's not that you using AI to make content is bad, but like I'll see, it'll be like review of this product or something that I've been, I want information on. And it's like, it's just an AI voice repeating, the brochure and then embellishing on it. And it doesn't even, and then all the images are AI generated too. There's no actual like person talking about their experiences or showing, themselves and demonstrating what it is, whatever it is that I've looked up. It's just content that is only made for the sake of views and capturing attention for the sake of monetization or whatever. That's like spam. That is spam. And people might argue that it's not, I don't know, if it's not spam, then what is spam? Like it's spam. It might not be a scam, but it's spam, and it kind of is a scam because it's just, I don't know, its goal is to just suck money out of a system without providing any real value to it. Maybe even, and not even that, providing false value, because the title says review. That's a scam, actually. That's beyond spam. So I report it as spam. You should too. It's not, I don't report things just because you don't agree with them. That's wrong. You don't want to flag somebody's content just because you don't like what they say. But if no one's saying anything and the whole thing is set up as if someone is, that's actually like legitimately a scam. It's not just that I hate it. It's legitimately a scam. But don't dismiss what Peter Thiel has to say, or anyone he's associated with. That's just because, I don't know, whatever reasons you may have. I wonder how limited is God. He has limits. His limits are that his existence is intrinsic, and that he cannot also that no one can be outside of him because he is existence itself. And you can kind of deduce a lot of God's limits by understanding the context of like the structural context of God and of us. I don't think God could end his own existence if he wanted to. Like if God was like, I'm just done with like this eternal thing is really getting old. I'm just going to end it all. I don't think he could. He could end all of us, but I don't think he can end himself. Actually, I think he is. And so might as well, try and maximize your meaning if you can't, if you're here, you can't even control whether or not you are here or whether or not you stay here. None of us control whether or not we're here. People ask this sometimes is like, did you consent? Did your soul consent to be embodied before you were embodied? And I honestly don't care very much. And I don't know if we have the right language to even when we ask that question, because if you don't have any recollection of that, is it you who consented? I don't know if you could, if it's really you. You is a coherence of feeling. That's what it is. It's like, it's your limits of feeling. And that includes like feelings in the past that you've had. So if something happened that is outside of any of your perception, I don't know if it's right to say that it was you who consented. I don't know. Again, I would say that there's the way that it ends in kind of like a, I don't know, indicates that we don't have the right language to ask, and we're not asking the right question because we don't have the right language. I do think there is probably a right question because people keep asking it, which when people ask like what free will versus determinism or something, it's like that's the wrong question. It's choice in a context where sentience is fundamental. Choice and determinism are dependent concepts, and they are also in our daily experience. I cause something to happen by choice, yeah. I mean, then that doesn't mean that there are things that don't occur that are outside of my choice, but that doesn't mean that, but I would say that there's probably nothing that happens. There's no cause without a causer. You might not understand which causer it was that caused, some event, but someone did. Bullshit. Okay. Bullshit? What's bullshit? What did I say that's bullshit? I want to know. I'm genuinely asking. If I'm wrong, I really do want to know. Like, I know everybody says that, but I really do want to know. And it's really hard to do that kind of thing. Like, there's been many things in my life where when I had to ask myself, are dogs really good for us? Like should we all really have dogs as companions in our lives? Is it really good for us? That was like a really hard question for me to ask, because I have a friend who's Muslim, and he was talking to me about how, like, in Islam, and it's not just Islam, it's really any theological tradition really seems to have a practical stance on dogs. Like, they should be thought of as a tool, not used as a companion alone. Like, not saying you can't have a dog be your companion, but like, you shouldn't get a dog because you want a companion. You should have human friends and spend your time on those human friends and human children, not, fur children. and I love my dogs, and I've had a lot of dogs throughout my entire life, a number of dogs, not like a lot, but a number of dogs. My family always had at least 2 dogs, and then when one would die, would usually when one was getting very old, they would get another one. And then, so usually it was they had 2 dogs. And since I was very young, and I have 2 dogs now. But it was really hard for me to ask, like, do I really want to know if it's bad for us to just have dogs? Like, it takes a lot of humility to ask yourself those questions when you like love your dogs. I still love my dogs, but I think I was wrong about on my opinions about how good dogs are for us. But you got to ask yourself that with everything, do you really want the truth? Anybody who's saying bullshit to me in the comments, like, do you actually want to find out the truth about something? And what is that something that is your goal? You have to be honest, like I said at the beginning of the stream. If you want to be impeccable with your word, and which is what everybody should seek, and be humble, I guess, because humility is the most important quality in anyone who's seeking truth in anything. It's so you could definitely say that in a scientist, in any scientific pursuit, in any moral pursuit, in any political pursuit, which, in any I don't know, any pursuit, like, humility is probably the most important quality, and it is something that you have to get better at and practice to be better at. And it just means honesty with oneself about oneself. That's it. So, and being impeccable with your word includes being honest about what your goals are. When it comes to your word, it means it's specifically talking about your being honest about what your goals are in an exchange with someone in a pursuit that you have. It's specifically about what you publicly say, not just about what you internally, talk to yourself about. But very important. Peter Thiel and Elon Musk are not the Plato or Aristotle of our time, dude. I never said they were. There's no Plato and Aristotle were Plato and Aristotle. Elon Musk and Peter Thiel are the Peter Thiel and Elon Musk of our time. They don't need to be the Aristotle and Plato of our time. This is like this is another issue with, like, the physics, the fall of, like, our physics, and it has to do with, again, our lack of context of assuming someone first, to add context to how, you think about, if you want to think about the world being created, what happened before the Big Bang, or, whether there's a multiverse, or, what is a quark really, and what dark energy or dark matter might actually be. You kind of have to think about, and this is really your only option, is to be like, okay, I'm going to imagine that I'm God and I have to create a universe. How must I do it? Not how do I want to do it? How must I do it? Like, what can, and by the way, God means existence itself as someone. This starts to place constraints that cause you to be able to actually find something to build on and build on. For one, if it's existence itself, you can't make something outside yourself. You can only make something inside yourself, because you are existence itself. So there's nothing outside of existence, because that would be non-existence, and non-existence doesn't exist. And now we have a logical foundation to start building context. Okay, so everyone else and anything else, at least, is within that being. Okay, that means it has to fit. Like, metaphysically fit, physically fit, metaphysically fit, informationally fit, willfully fit. That means the will of everything inside of everyone inside of God cannot exceed his will. And it means that if you're going to think about it physically, and I don't think any one of these ways of thinking about it is completely correct or incorrect. It's just a part of this. It's just a part of what's true. We're talking about fundamental reality. You can't think about size yet. We're thinking about relationships. But everything and everyone would be inside of existence. And then you can think about, like, if I'm God and I don't do anything, what happens? Nothing. Okay. So I have to actually make a choice in order to make a change in a system that is either non-existent or inanimate, which it doesn't matter. It requires the same thing, which is a willful action. You can't do this outside of a first-person perspective of when you consider causality, because you have to think about, when you're thinking about cause, you can't think about cause in terms of, like, when you're looking at a chain of dominoes, you're thinking about the cause of the dominoes falling. You can't be like, well, the cause of those dominoes falling were the dominoes in front of them, hitting them. Okay. What about those ones? Well, it was the dominoes hitting them. Okay. Well, what about those ones? It was the dominoes hitting them. And it just never leads anywhere until you're like, okay, well, they weren't falling, but now they're falling. And so something changed, and if you're assuming that the system is inanimate prior to change, then only in a being that is not an inanimate thing, but is a sentient and willful being, is actually able to introduce change, because choice is what is the mechanism of the initiating mechanism of change. It always. That doesn't mean when we look at, like, the rain, and it's like, well, what caused the rain? Oh, you just think God caused the rain? It's like, that might sound kind of like absurd, but at the same time, you can't say clouds caused the rain, because what caused the clouds? What caused temperatures? Okay, but what caused the temperatures, and the humidity levels to be what they're at? And ultimately, if you just go back and back and back and back and back, eventually you get to domino that has to be pushed. Yeah, I mean, but you have to, if you're not going to think about it like that, you're going to be like, there's no God, and there's no one who caused any, inanimate matter to change. This is just like the natural consequence of chemistry. It's like, that doesn't mean anything. There's a natural consequence of chemistry. Chemistry is just the study of chemical change. But what causes those changes? Eventually, you're going to have to continue to go back and back and back. And it's so unavoidable that Sean Carroll blocked me for this. If you might have seen this clip if you follow this channel closely. If you if you're kind of new here, you probably haven't seen this clip. But there's a video that I posted on here called, you can go back and watch it. It's one of the earlier videos, and it's not alive. It's about creation of the universe. And Sean Carroll blocked me after he saw this clip, and on Twitter and on Instagram. And I wasn't mean beyond this. I understand he felt mocked. And yeah, I admit that, like, the way that I did this was kind of maybe mockery. It's funny, but it wasn't attacking him as a person. That's the point. Here you go.
If you did believe that God was a necessary being, that you literally could not imagine a universe in which God did not play an important role. In order, logically, for me to refute that belief, all I need to do is to invent a universe in which God does not exist.
Invent a universe in which God does not exist.
So according to Sean Carroll, all we have to do in order to show that a conscious creator is not necessary to the existence of a universe is consciously create a universe. Does anybody else see the problem with this? Cue older intro. But yeah, it's from the beginning of a actually like pre-recorded video, an edited video that I did about the constraints of the creation of the universe. I'll link it below after this, but you can look it up on my channel too. I think it's called like 42 in the creation of the universe, something like that. And that's the beginning of the video. If you see that in the beginning, then you're on the right video. But that's what I mean. I hope it was very obvious, like his mistake there. He is playing God in the thought experiment that he's proposing. It's not absent God. He's God. All I need to do is create a universe in which God does not exist. You are creating a universe. You're God in this, like in this equation that you've proposed. It doesn't disprove the necessity of a conscious creator. It seems to at least align with it, confirm it, maybe not confirm it in every instance. You got to check again somewhere else. Good luck. I've tried, but if eventually people will usually end up being, falling into this logical trap. And Sean Carroll I'm not trying to like completely attack Sean Carroll, even though he's definitely wrong. Like and I didn't have to say anything, by the way. All I did, and this is why he was mad, is because I slowed him down and repeated what he had said. But that's all I did. I didn't have to say anything. After that, yeah, I did, but I didn't have to. If you think enough if you realize that, like, why I'm replaying and slowing down, like, his own words, it's because his own words disprove his own assertion. His own proposal is oppositional to his assertion, and he doesn't realize it. So this is like not a few people who are not prominent voices in physics who are falling for this. Like, he is, and by the way, he could have been like, engaged with me and been like, you're actually misunderstanding what I'm saying. This is why I see what you're getting at, but like, if you actually understood me, this is what I'm trying to say. And maybe I would have been like, okay, then my argument actually doesn't work. But I don't think he has an argument against my kind of like criticism, which is really just like letting him speak for himself, because he blocked me. If that's your response, like, that's not a very like scientific response. Like, it's just a frustrated response. And you should either not be frustrated because I'm no one and you think that I am who's meaningful to you, and or what I said is just wrong and it's not worth his time like getting at. No, I was worth blocking because he was frustrated and didn't ever want to have to confront this and see it, because it caused some kind of emotional reaction in him. I never harassed him. I never sent him a private message. Ever. It was the only time I think I've ever tagged Sean Carroll, and it immediately got me blocked. When he saw it on Instagram, he blocked me. And when he saw it on Twitter, he blocked me. It's weird. I'm not against blocking people like who are harassing you, but I wasn't. It's weird. I'm still unaware how many Reddit donations got returned. I received nothing. What Reddit donations? I've never gotten Reddit donations. Oh, but is that how Reddit started? Donations? Interesting. Were lots of TV celebs on that trailer, but not experts like Dennis Noble. Who's Dennis Noble? See, that's what I mean by, though. Like, is Sean Carroll an expert? Would he have, mattered to you? Because here's the thing. It should not ever matter who is saying, who is the deliverer of a message. It should matter the message. The message is what matters, not the messenger. People who you don't like say things that are true all the time. They also say, and people who you like say things that are false all the time. So what? To trust something only because someone is an expert, and not trust them because someone is a TV celebrity. I don't know what that has to do with the truth, it's not a logical, it's not even not a logical way of thinking. It's not thinking. You are outsourcing your thinking. And if you do that, it's almost, it's like you've turned them into an idol instead of a person. And what they say is now gospel, and I mean that in an uncritical way, not even like the way that people who really believe in and understand like scripture, approach scripture. They approach it very analytically. It's not just like the way, it's not as dogmatic as a lot of the anti-theists or atheists believe. And I say that as somebody who was one. There are people like that, but like they're not, you can look for them and find them, but like there's also people who are deeply critical of and very, very logical and reasoned in their approach to scripture, and they still analyze it very seriously. Yeah, you should always look at the argument. Don't outsource your thinking. Think. Challenge your own self. Be like, okay, this is my default assumption, but let's assume I'm wrong for the sake of argument, and that actually what is right is what I think is currently wrong. What my default assumption is about what is wrong, let's assume for the sake of argument that that's what's right. What would that mean? And then let's look for evidence of that. Do it. It's hard, actually. It takes work. It's actually really, really hard, and it gets easier the more you do it, just like everything. It is an action that you have to take. Thinking is a metaphysical action. Metaphysics just means informational. That's all it means. Information is within the context of mind. So that's what metaphysics is about. It's about information, but what that really means, it's not just the study of information that exists independently of a mind to be informed. That information doesn't exist outside of someone who is informed. That's by definition true. So that's why I have such an issue when people say the universe is fundamentally computational. It's fundamentally information. Computation is, what is computation? It's just change. Like, that's it. Within the constraints of the possible, of what is possible. That's what it is. It's just if this, then that. It's South Park, which is probably the closest thing to the Bible that is not the Bible, which is funny. I'm not saying every episode is like that. It depends on the goals of the writers when they wrote the episode. And they have to be very honest about like what their goals were in every episode, because some of them have personal goals probably, and it's probably not most of them, but others are actually just about what's trying to be funny, which is actually a really kind of, it's like when you're trying to be funny, truly funny, not just to one person at the expense of another, but like to everyone, maybe you could say at the expense of also everyone. That is kind of a pursuit of truth in and of itself. And so, but it is kind of the closest thing to the Bible. It's always the society, people in society in this town, which is just human society, end up following some, bad inclination they have to do less and to consume more or whatever, just to seek some kind of selfish goal. And it ends up becoming some trend, and it ends up leading to a chain of events that ends up destroying the town. And then the kids at the end are like, you know what? We've learned something here today. As somehow like everything gets resolved to some degree, but then the kids show up and they're like, you know what? I've learned something today. Maybe we shouldn't just buy everything on credit cards or something. There's a credit card episode called what is it called? It's like it literally where Kyle, the Jewish kid, everybody gets credit cards and everybody gets so much credit card debt, and they can't get and the economy just starts to fall apart because it's all ends up being built on nonsense. And to wipe out everybody's credit card debt, Kyle gets a credit card with an unlimited spending limit, and then he buys everybody's debt basically and puts it on his credit card, and it like basically kills him. And it's obviously the story of Jesus, like it basically, but it's in a funny context of credit cards. But the point is that if you ask the writers, how do you write? There was like a documentary, like 3 Days to Air or something like that, and I've seen part of it. And the writers were saying so many shows these days and movies are the problem with them is their story structure is this happened, and then 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 this happened. This, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this. If you watch the new Star Wars, that is exactly what it's like. And then we found this, and then we did this, and then we did this, and then we did this. And it just ends up all just being like seeming like pointless. And because what he said was, what you want is the story to be this, therefore this, therefore this, therefore this, therefore this. So someone does this, which causes 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 this. And the characters are along for the ride in this causal chain. It's not a series of events in chronological order. It's a series of events in a causal chain, which is often coincides with a chronological order, but it's not necessarily, something. I don't know. Yesterday, trying to think of something. I don't know. First I ate sloppy joes for dinner, and then I watched a TV show with my wife. And it's like, okay, those two things don't have to be connected, even though they're in chronological order. Like but I made sloppy joes and I burnt it, and therefore it set off a bunch of smoke, which therefore set off the smoke detector, which therefore I opened the doors to clear out the smoke, which therefore a fly flew in, and that's like a story. And that's what physics is about. That's what everything is about. And it requires an initial action and then consequences to that action that are fixed. They're not. That doesn't mean you can't make, take other actions in other moments, but like there are consequences to actions, which means will and determinism, free will, which means the ability to choose your own goals and make a choice, is a concept that depends upon consequence, like causality, which is determinism. Like it depends upon determinism. You can't make a choice without determinism. Otherwise, it's not a choice. You're just doing something. But like, what? Why? It's not. That's not a. We don't do that. If you don't know, if you come to a fork in the road, like I say, and you don't know which way that way goes, and you don't know which way that way goes, you actually can't make a choice which way to go. Let's say you're trying to get to the mountains, and you don't know which way either way goes. You don't know which one gets you to the mountains. You can't make a choice. Actually, you're going to be frozen. So you can flip a coin, but that the choice is to flip the coin. It's not which direction to go down, because you can't. You have to know that way goes to the mountains, and that way goes to the beach, and that's why I'm choosing that way. You have to know the consequences of your choice too, which means like there has to be determinism that comes from it. Otherwise, you literally can't make a choice. Okay, let's see. Habitually homeless, 40K in child support. Been trying to figure out how to prove my theories, and they plagued me. Why are you trying to prove your theories? What are you? What is your theory even say? I'm not saying you're wrong, but I think it's a lot of people, and as somebody who's been through this, and plenty of people have told me you're going to ruin everything and lose everything and they don't actually care about me. They just can't understand why I would think that I could have come up with something valuable without a PhD. And they don't think that I can help add context to physics without a PhD in physics or math. But that's worshiping of a piece of paper. And, I don't know. But the thing is like, be honest with yourself about like your goal. Like when I first started this channel, I didn't have a name for my theory because I didn't want to add another theory into the bin when nobody's able to make a choice already. I didn't want to add to the clutter. But then I realized that there must be a reason why why we're not moving forward with one of them. And, and that the reason why I think is because none of the names of them are actually even fundamental. And so that's that's a distillation of your theory, should be the name of your theory. What is your theory asserting? What about what the universe is? You know what sentient singularity theory claim is about what the universe is? The answer to Kurt's question in the clip that we showed. Its claim is that the universe is a single sentient being. That's what its claim is. That's why it's called sentient singularity theory. And, but a lot of these theories like emergence theory, okay, what is it? What is emerging? Why is it emerging? There's no answers there. If somebody said, well, what is the universe? And it's emergent. Okay. From what? And what is it? What is it that that is emerging, and what is it emerging from? That should be your theory if it's you're meant to. If you're trying to propose a fundamental theory, that should be the name of your theory, whatever that is. If you say my theory is geometric unity, and I'm not saying that emergence theory or geometric unity are wrong. I'm just saying they're not as fundamental as is fundamental. They're not fundamental. They are maybe more fundamental than our current theories, like the Standard Model or general relativity, but they are not fundamental. Just maybe more fundamental. And so, what's being geometrically united? It's like saying it's a symmetric manifold theory. What is a symmetric manifold? It doesn't make sense. It's not that it doesn't make sense. It doesn't tell you what something fundamentally is, and what something if you're going to know what something fundamentally is, what you're really trying to understand is a holistic. You're really trying to achieve a holistic understanding of what something is, and what that means is an understanding of its structure and its nature. They would kind of be due to the same, the same, but like you can't discuss them the same way. It's like a coin is, every coin is heads and tails. If you ask, like, is this coin, Yeah, I shot this at a competition once. That's why there's bullet holes in it. It was at a range. I shot it with a precision rifle at like 300 yards, which isn't actually that far, but it's far enough to where when you're shooting at this and you're looking through a scope, every time your heart beats, the scope goes off of the target. That's so it's not actually the hardest shot. I'm not a sniper. I'm not a trained sniper or anything like that. I'm not a practiced PRS precision rifle shooter, but I'm a good shot, a good enough shot to get both, hit the coin both times. But it is hard enough to where like you have to time it in between your heartbeats. That is actually a real thing, and that is not even a difficult shot. Like the guys whose rifle it was, like they could have put that out there at like 600 yards. That was the plan. But I was walking for a really long time downrange to set it up, and I didn't want to like hold everybody up. I felt bad because you have to shut down the range anytime you go out to place a target or to retrieve a target. And so I was just walking for a really long time, and I was like, okay, I'll just put this here. And it was for fun, so it wasn't like, it didn't have to be at 600 yards. But the point is like, is this coin heads or tails? It's both heads and tails, but you can't look at both sides at the same time. You have to look at one side at a time. The really interesting thing about a coin is that you can't see both sides at the same time. It is impossible. People then you end up going like trying to see it from the front, and then you see nothing. But it's just a metaphor, but it works. But what it really is like you're talking about like an external, like structural constraints and structural description of what something is, and also an internal description of how something is, like its nature is how it is, and which is like more about it, like internally. How does it work? What is it internally? And then also what is it externally? What's its shape? You could say metaphysical shape. but it's really metaphysical structure is about symmetry, which is when they talk about manifold structures and symmetry structures and physics and math, like that's they're talking about that. Because it is how information is, it's contextualized. It's always within the context of other information within a system, and that means this and not this, and these two are opposites, and they're and then you could be like, but what if something is both? Then it's like in the center, so now you have like 1 and 2 and 3. It's just, you can think about it like that, but really there's no physical shape to it. You're thinking about a two-dimensional symmetry, just picture of symmetry about a metaphysical structure. But that documentary though that I showed, the story of everything, should be the story of everyone. That's part of the problem, is like everybody's searching for a theory of everything. Don't look for a theory of everything. You're looking for a theory of everyone. If sentience is fundamental, which it seems to be, what's the truest thing that you know? Also, what is a existence? It's a single, there's only one existence. So it is, and we assume there's information in it because it's a parent. Okay, so it's a single, entirely enclosed and therefore completely self-referential information system. What does that sound like? It seems like a self-aware system. Like that is someone. That's not just something. That's someone. If you're like, the universe is a self-referential information system. Is that true? Yeah. But is that really what it is? Like, by nature? No. It's someone. That's what it is. So, yeah. This is just part of the issue. But I would ask yourself, like, I'm not saying that your theories are wrong or whatever. I don't know what they're about. And anybody who has a theory, I'm the last person that should discourage you from working on it. But what are you working on for years and years and years if you're not presenting it to people? And don't email. That doesn't mean emailing physicists. They're not going to listen to you. And, it's just not the right way to do it. You have to get a YouTube channel and start, or Substack, and both really ideally, and start writing and start speaking and showing what you have. And also know why you think it's important that you particularly speak about this, because there's a lot of things that a lot of people understand and that the greater world doesn't yet understand, the scientific narrative doesn't yet include, but and it might add value to their lives personally, but it doesn't mean that that it's your job to preach it to the world on top of a hill. Maybe it's just to tell your friend, and that's very meaningful. I'm not saying that that's true of you. I'm just saying ask yourself, what is my goal of working on this? I continuously try and ask myself this. Usually it's when I'm discouraged by just not feeling progress. But part of how things revolutions happen, I don't even want to say revolutions, but how things change fundamentally in a narrative is just whenever the world is ready. And that means you have to be ready and wait for the world, which means I'm just going to put this out there and just hope it helps. But I also think that it really matters to everyone, because, and I can answer that, is if a theory were to assert that that your existence here was a choice by a being that is intrinsically knows all that's happening in and all that everything that everyone is doing all the time, and is able to like see a bigger picture than anyone else, and is also has more power than anyone else, and more wisdom than anyone else, all intrinsically, not because it's assumed, but because it's intrinsic. And if a theory were to assert that and explain, not just assert, but like explain the logic of why it seems inevitable that your existence here, your embodiment here, was a choice by this being. Like, how is that not meaningful? Like, it's not just feel good. It's like that means lots of things. It means I'm here to do something specific, because otherwise why make me instead of just you and that guy? Why make any of us? Why make anyone else? It's like you have to start asking these questions, and you can ask them and you can get to all kinds of answers. Like, okay, well, why did God create someone else besides himself? Probably many reasons, but fundamentally, I think for the same reason that any of us want to do anything, meaning. Like, yeah, money is nice. Yeah, I don't know. Attention for some people is nice. I don't like it, but people say, well, then why do you have a YouTube channel? Because I feel like a responsibility to do this. It's not just because I want the attention. Clearly, like the way my channel and my streams are structured is not view chasing. But you know, why do you want to? Why are you working on your theory? And by the way, like if working on something is sucking everything else out of you, that's not an indication to me that like you shouldn't continue. That's what I'll say. Or you need to change something. You need to change how you're approaching this. Maybe ask yourself why you're still doing it. You know, again, I'm not saying that what your theory is false. It doesn't really matter. It's what matters is you know, in the context of your well-being, is like, is it helping you? If it's not helping you, then why would it even help anyone else? Like, to put it forward. I will say, sentient singularity theory has helped me immensely in my life. It helps me all the time with everything, with legitimately everything. Helps me be a better husband. It helps me be a better father. Helps me be a better worker, a better employee. It helps me be a kinder person. It helps me be a more humble person. It helps me be more critical of myself. It helps me, you know, be more intentional about my goals. Helps me recognize when I'm failing. Is it possible that it also leads to a context that helps people figure out warp transportation? Maybe, I don't know, but it's not my goal. I will say I don't really see how that's very important. Eric Weinstein says that the biggest like purpose of him proposing geometric unity is that he thinks that like it's a necessary thing for us to be able to spread out and go to other planets, basically, because if we're all sharing the same atmosphere, then we are going to kill ourselves off. I think that is not actually going to help that doesn't help avoid that problem. I'm not saying that we're gonna just kill ourselves off. I do think that is actually inevitably what would happen if it wasn't for the intention of intentional intervention by God in certain circumstances in the future to come, maybe even in the past as well. But you can't have a decrease in wisdom and an increase in access to increasingly impactful technologies. It's just impossible for society and civilization to continue. It doesn't mean like it's all going to end at once for us, but it just, you can't do it. Eventually, we will destroy ourselves. We've already started. So if you remove physics, it doesn't. What I don't understand, and this would be my challenge to Eric. That's true critical challenge. And I'm assuming that geometric unity is correct, and in this, and also like assuming that he's right in what it could potentially unlock. I think it's very possible. But so I'm not dismissing his theory. It doesn't allow us to have to escape our the proximate danger of each other. It actually removes any spatial buffer at all. Even if that spatial buffer is like 20 minutes of like a parabolic arc, if you know what I'm saying. Like, at least there's 20 minutes of a parabolic arc versus like, here to Mars, here to, another star system, and if that's the case, you're not actually like humans aren't, you're not going to stop engaging with each other. And even if we don't blow each other up, like, and that's not how it ends, I don't think necessarily that would be how it ends for everyone. But there's so much that it just our instincts are out of alignment with our environment, our technological environment, and it causes us to pursue self-destructive behaviors instead of fruitful behaviors. That's what it is. So that manifests in countless negative ways. People, you don't have to like launch nukes at each other if everybody just stops having children. Still the end of society. So Peter Thiel, let's see. Okay. And I don't idol worship Aristotle or Newton or anyone, Plato, or Elon Musk or Peter Thiel. All of them are quite wise in certain ways. All of them have certain moments of genius that are apparent and undeniable, unless you are intentionally deceiving yourself. You have to be dishonest with yourself and with others if you're going to say that they don't have moments of genius. Everybody has moments of genius. Genius is not a moment. It's not a Plato. Plato was a genius. No, Plato had moments of genius, and a lot of those moments are still recorded, and we talked about them. And Aristotle, same thing. They also had moments of idiocy, and some of them are recorded, and most of them are not. Elon Musk has moments of genius and moments of idiocy. He tells people to have kids all the time, doesn't tell people to get married. Why? I don't know, but he's not married. So and he doesn't tell people to get married, but he tells people to have kids. That is a moment of idiocy. It's it's trying to say everybody should buy a cart, but he's not telling anybody to buy a horse. You're missing the critical component here. Yes, people can have kids without being married, but you, as a whole, it does not end up with a positive growth, population growth rate. And also, it's not the ideal environment. Say that as a parent. Like my daughter, if you ever have children and you are married, you will realize this. They need each parent for different things. And also, I said to my wife today, every day my daughter's like, I don't know, she's being a terrible, the terrible twos are a real thing. And she goes, she just changes what she wants us to do. So she'll yell at me or my wife. She'll be like, if we're putting her to bed at night and I'll be like, okay, I'm going to tuck you in. She'll be like, no, tuck it in. No, Dada, it's mom. And then she says, it's mama's turn. Mama, tuck it in. And then literally the next night it's Dada's turn. And then the next night it's mama's turn. And I said to my wife, I'm like, she took a picture of us outside and it was like a cute picture. We didn't know that she was taking it. I was just like outside talking to my daughter and she sent me the picture and showed it to me. And she's like, she loves her dad. And I was like, yeah, half the time. The other half the time she hates me. And she was like, well, half the time she hates me too. And I was like, yeah, but the other half of the time she loves you. So 100% of the time she loves at least one of her parents. And it's like, that is something that's kind of important that you don't even think about like, until you have kids and you live it. It's, there's all kinds of reasons why kids would go to one parent over the other for certain things at certain times. And those reasons, there are reasons for it though. Like, it's not just because I'm feeling like it. It's like, there are reasons. And even if a toddler can't articulate it, even if a 10 or 12 or 15-year-old can't articulate it, there's still reasons for it always. And they're legitimate. But I mean, also, like, Elon has lots of moments of genius. One of the things that was so genius is how he rolled Tesla out, how he created Tesla. You know how it seemed impossible to create a car company in today's day and age, especially in the United States, from scratch. It seemed impossible. Like a car company, not like a little boutique car company. I mean, like a major automobile manufacturer company, like Toyota or Honda or Ford. Making a company like that in today's era, in the United States especially, just seemed impossible before he did it. And I was a finance major in college, and I went into marketing mainly for work because I didn't end up caring about. I ended up caring about other things more than money that took me that direction. It wasn't marketing that I cared about. Actually, it was like other things that were associated with pursuing that. But the point is that when I was in my finance classes, like for one of them, you had to buy stocks, and it could be simulated, but you could also buy them for real. And I bought my first stock ever, and it was Tesla. I bought one share of Tesla for $260. And this was probably 2012. And it was the first stock I've ever bought. And I think I haven't, I'm not a stock trader. I have not bought or sold any stock after this class. But I took $300 because that's how much I could afford to lose. And I didn't want to lose it, but like, if I did lose it, then it wouldn't be the end of the world for me. So I took $300 and I was like, that's how much I'm going to put into the stock market, because I'm way more likely to pay attention to how things work actually and learn something if I have something actually invested in it versus, it's just some simulation that I have to go through the motions for a class. And I wanted to understand it. And so I also really believed in Tesla as a company because I understood his business plan, which was to first be a boutique car manufacturer to make the small volume, like sports car, and to make it basically out of a frame that already existed, which was the Lotus Elise. It's like, he made a small a number of them for people that had more money than they knew what to do with. And that leads to some advances and discoveries, but also just recognition. And then you eventually roll out the car that's lower volume, higher volume than that, but not for every man, and but it's like more luxury. And then you get to like the Model 3, which was like the mass manufactured, truly like mass manufactured car. This is such a simple idea. And I saw that and I was like, wow, that's not even complicated. It's not complicated or simple. I hate those terms. It's just genius. That doesn't mean it's hard. It just means it's like a moment where you're like, wow, that makes a lot of sense. And I just didn't think about it from the right perspective. Everybody who just thinks about like, how would you even approach manufacturing a car company? You have to have all of this stuff that Toyota has. It's like, no, you have to build to that. And it's kind of hard. It seemed hard to do in today's day and era, but because things are just so expensive and, people also look at the past and they don't realize like what they went through in order to like start these companies, like Boeing. It's like, how would you start Boeing today? It's like, if you look into the story of Boeing, like Boeing, even though it was an easier time probably in some ways to start something back then, I don't even know if that's true, but it seems like it was cheaper. And labor was more competent for sure. But like they had like moments where, like if you look into the story, it wasn't like they just all of a sudden had giant factories, but people didn't even think about them. And I saw that and I was like, this is a man who knows how to think. And he always talked about reasoning from first principles. And I was like, I had to look up what first principles meant. And when you do that on everything, you end up with asking yourself, like, what is the first question? Like if you want to understand everything, you have to ask yourself, what is the first question? Which you end up realizing is that is the first question. And it also answers itself, which is really interesting and basically causes a completely self-referential and enclosed information loop. What is the first question? Okay, what is the answer to what is the first question? The answer is what is the first question? So that means that there's something about the fundamental structure of it. Implies that there's something about the fundamental structure, the most fundamental information structure, that it is entirely self-referential and enclosed. A loop space. Like this. Bot periodicity. Back to it. What is it? It's about a loop space. Okay, what is a loop? A loop of what? Information, at least. Okay. So where was it that it said it? One elegant formulation of bot periodicity makes use of the observation that there are natural embeddings as closed subgroups between the classical groups. Loop spaces and Bott periodicity are then homotopy equivalent to the symmetric spaces. So symmetry, which is just information organization. And symmetry, and to even say symmetry implies like information. And so there's information in an enclosed like loop, like a sentient being, like a someone. That's why my theory is that that Bott periodicity is the state corresponds to the stages of sentience. It's one of the reasons. It was the first thing that kind of like, it's like, that sounds like a self-referential information system. That's what a loop is. It's a self-referential information system that is enclosed and also like intrinsically singular. Like it's a loop. This stream turned into like just a series of, I don't even know, me talking for a long time about a lot of things. It's not as coherent as I was hoping, but I hope you like it. Please hit the like button and let me know in the chat. I'm going to look at how long we've been at it because I'm getting late. 2 hours and 30 minutes. Right. I'm trying to keep these to under 3 hours usually. Anytime we go over, I feel cringe. I can say that. I can say that Peter Thiel and Elon Musk are not the Aristotle or Plato of our time. And it's just, I think that even saying that they're not that implies a not kind of like a false perspective of who Plato and Aristotle were. They're just people who had some significant moments of genius. It's funny because, Plato. Plato was a philosophical theist who affirmed divinity, teleology, and a moral universe. However, his version of theism differed significantly from modern monotheistic religions. Instead of a single, omnipotent creator, he posited a cosmic craftsman, the demiurge, who ordered the material world according to the eternal and unchanging forms. There's no difference between what a cosmic craftsman is and an omnipotent single creator. This is so common. When you see Einstein says, a quote of his that I'm pretty sure is, my greatest question is, did God have any choice in the laws of the universe? It's at the beginning of Eric Weinstein's geometric unity paper. Let's see. File. Geometric unity. Where is it? Here. This is the first page of Eric Weinstein's GU paper. Working draft. I'm working on my working draft still, and hopefully now that I've disabled YouTube Shorts, I'll make more progress on it. It's not just that, but I have like a weird obsession with with what I write, because I'm so obsessed with getting the right words that I edit and edit and edit, and it's like exhausting for me. And it's way easier and more natural and like also more enjoyable for me to speak. That's why I speak on here for hours instead of writing for hours. Sometimes I write, but it's like, it's hard. But here, I am working on the paper for sentient singularity theory still. He says, abstract. An attempt made to address a stylized question. Like, why even call it a stylized question? It's just frustrating to me. Posed by Ernst Strauss by Albert Einstein regarding the amount of freedom present in the construction of our field theoretic universe. It's a fine line. I don't even know if it's a fine line, but it's a difficult road to walk, I've realized myself personally, between trying to be like as specific and as accurate in your words as possible, but also be as coherent as possible, but also using some of the terms that are currently expected and used within academia. And it's tough, I will say. If, I'm not even talking about like using terms just to sound, I don't know, physicsy. Like people accuse people who say like quantum of that kind of thing. But I actually think that's usually the people making the accusation are wrong. But field theoretic universe, I don't know. I think even that in this, like why an attempt made to address a question posed to Ernst Strauss by Albert Einstein regarding the degrees of freedom present in the construction of our universe. Like, field theoretic is... Let's look that up. The etymology of that. Just to be like... I know what he's getting at, but like, I want to look at the etymology. He's talking about, it says field theoretic approach refers to a framework in which the physical, mathematical, or psychological systems are analyzed using continuous fields, properties, or entities assigned to every point in space and time, rather than relying on discrete, isolated particles or objects. I think I just take issue with the fundamentality of the term. I don't think that it's as fundamental as it seems. I think it's just the other side of the coin of saying discrete, isolated particles or objects. It's just the other side of that coin. We need to say coin, not tails instead of heads. If like discrete, isolated particles or objects is heads, field, continuous fields, properties, or entities is tails. It's not coin. We need coin. Coin theory. But yeah, I don't know. I still think that's why that's what I'm saying is like, it's just too, I was going to say it's too broad and too specific at the same time, but that just means that it's wrong. It's not wrong. It's just, I don't even know if I should say it's wrong. It's just, there's definitely a better word or term. But let's just say universe for now. Regarding the construction of our universe. And this was the question. What really interests me is whether God, this should be capitalized, I think. If you don't believe in God, then sure, whatever. But, Einstein is, when he said this, God is someone, and therefore, technically, this should be capitalized even if you don't believe in God. The question implies Einstein is believing in God, and God is someone in this. Even so, to have God be not capitalized is grammatically incorrect because it is not aligned with the definitional like intention of using the term God by Einstein. So I don't know. I don't like that. Even, I'm not trying to be like holier than thou. How dare you insult God? That's not what I'm saying. If you don't believe in God, then like I don't even think God is going to, he's going to probably give you more grace than even I would over like your, I don't know, mocking of him. And I don't even hold it against you. If you don't believe in God, then you don't even believe you're mocking someone. But what you believe is you're mocking someone who believes in God. You're not mocking God. People who are like, how dare you mock God? God will survive because God can't not survive. That's God's. God has no choice in his existence. That's really interesting question that I had was, does God even have a choice in his own existence? And not in maybe his existence, but like in whether or not he wants it to continue. Like, could he end his own existence? Not asking, did he cause his own existence? That doesn't make sense. But could he end it if he wanted? I don't think he can. Existence itself is intrinsically a single system and therefore intrinsically self-referential. You just can't end the existence of yourself. But that's why he exists in the first place, is because it's an intrinsic existence that's not a choice. If it was possible for it not to exist, for God not to exist, then probably wouldn't exist. I mean, then the rest of us wouldn't exist either. But we exist because he chose to make us, and he exists because he can't not. But what really interests me is whether God had any choice in the creation of the universe. This is not a stylized question. Like, I just think that the assumption that it is just it's almost dismissing of what is being said and of the person who said it. It's not even about dismissing God. It's about dismissing Einstein and also dismissing this question, but also trying to answer it and holding it in such esteem that you are quoting it at the very beginning of your life's work. I don't think that makes sense. Michio Kaku does this to Einstein too. He's like, did Einstein believe in God? He believed in the God of Spinoza, the God of math, the God of order. That's not God. That's like saying he believed in math and order. Who doesn't? Like that doesn't, like, who doesn't believe in math and doesn't believe in order? Let me tell you something. Every time you do anything, you are plan anything, you are believing in math and order. Nobody doesn't believe in math and order. So that is a way of dismissing God and dismissing Einstein as believing in Einstein's beliefs in God, or belief in God, in a stylized way, which is really, really ironic, actually. A stylized question. I like Eric Weinstein. So I'm not trying to hate over here. But again, a man who I think has many moments of genius. He's the Eric Weinstein of our time. In fact, people are like, he's not the Einstein of our time. No, He's the Eric Weinstein of our time. Einstein was the Einstein of his time, and Aristotle was the Aristotle of his time, and Elon Musk is the Elon Musk of our time, and I'm Tyler Goldstein of our time. That's all I want to be. Yeah. I think it's a very good question, though. And I actually think it's one of the best questions that you could ask yourself if you're trying to make a more fundamental physics model, understand the context of our current physics models. I think it's actually the best question that you could ask. And if you ask it truly, I think that you can actually get pretty amazing answers. I know you can. You can watch the video that I will link below after this, but that video that starts with the video that got me blocked by Sean Carroll, who is kind of a nemesis of Eric Weinstein, ironically.
If you did believe that God was a necessary being, that you literally could not imagine a universe in which God did not play an important role, in order logically for me to refute that belief, all I need to do is to invent a universe in which God does not exist.
Invent a universe in which God does not exist.
So according to Sean Carroll, all we have to do in order to show that a conscious creator is not necessary to the existence of a universe is consciously create a universe. Does anybody else see the problem with this? That's how you start. And then, like I said, you start thinking, okay, well, he's existence itself. You have to have the proper definition. God is existence itself as a someone that we're inside. Why are we inside God, not outside God? Because there's nothing outside of existence, and God is existence itself, like found fundamentally all-encompassing existence, the singularity of existence. Everything that is God, just as someone. That's the definition. That's the definer that makes it God instead of just saying existence or universe. It's like it's someone. It's not just something. If you say the universe, it's a. I don't know what the universe is. It's it's a manifold on top of another manifold on top of an event. Okay. That's not what the universe is. That's parts of how the universe is, but it's not what the universe is. And we conflate what and how today. Science is our scientific pursuits have been over the last 100 years or so, but very much focused on the how, and that's fine. But the problem is that they don't believe there's a difference between the how and the why, the how and the what anymore, because there's no context to even try and start imagining what. It is. I will say this: it is absolutely not a coincidence that is a meaningless coincidence, or it's not irrelevant. No, let me say this. It is extremely relevant that Einstein asked that question. And also, Einstein made serious breakthroughs. It is extremely relevant. And not only, it's not just like something he said in passing. He said, what really interests me is whether God, that means it's not just, I wonder. It's like, what really interests me is this question. And, Plato. Where is it? Was my was Plato a theist? Plato was a philosophical theist who affirmed divinity, teleology, and a moral universe. What does that mean? Again, like even that is like not enough. However, his version of theism differed significantly from modern monotheistic religions. Instead of a single omnipotent creator, he posited a cosmic craftsman. Let's do something interesting. Let's ask ChatGPT. Okay. Was Plato a theist? Yes. If by theist you mean someone who believed in divine reality, what the hell is divine reality? Then Plato was broadly a theist. However, his view of the divine was quite different from the monotheistic beliefs of later Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Plato believed in gods and criticized atheism. He held that reality is ultimately grounded in eternal perfect forms, especially the form of the good, which is the highest principle in dialogue. Okay. He describes a divine craftsman called the demiurge who orders the cosmos according to reason and goodness. This is exactly what Judaism, Christianity, and Islam believe. As someone who studies those scriptures, all three of them, and like believes that all three of them are actually like true scriptures that are divinely inspired. They're not just like, myths and stories. I believe they're true on a level that is not the same as Harry Potter. I can tell you, as somebody who practices and believes in, basically the truth of all three of these, to some degree, not even to some degree, but, practices to some degree, but believes in all three of, these scriptures, depending on how some people there's a couple debates on what, what Christianity is. It's like, do you believe that Jesus is the Messiah, or do you believe he's God? Is I think actually a really important question. But you can pick which one of those definitions you think is associated with this term. But if you're not a theist right now, then you have no idea what I'm talking about, and that's fine. But I will say this, as somebody who believes in the monotheistic Abrahamic God, this is exactly that God. It is exactly that God. But for some reason, however, his view of the divine... Okay. So let's ask it something else. Do you like this personality? I don't even want personality. What the heck are you? This is a calculator. Okay. What's the question that we should ask next? Hi, after all these years of research, do you believe that there can be a theory of everything, or a theory which explains singularities without having a major drawback as string theory, higher dimensions? I don't... What is a singularity? As somebody whose theory is called sentient singularity theory, I know what I mean by singularity. I mean a single structure, like something that's singular. That's what I mean by singularity. I mean the etymological definition, which is the true definition of any word, but I don't mean the beginning of the Big Bang, or the center of a black hole or something. A singularity in math is just when your math breaks. That's what that means, is your math equation has reached a point where basically it falls apart. It seems to fall apart. And why that is the case is a very interesting and probably very important question to ask. and I don't mean like mathematically, like I mean like really why. And if you don't know what I mean by that, then you're probably not the person who should be explaining mathematical singularities. But when you say singularities, what do you mean? That was the one word, by the way, that got everybody hung up on my theory. I sent my, over the years, as I edited it, if you go to sentientsingularity.com and you go to writings, you have a poetic description of existence here, and you have a technical description of existence here, which is it's basically the abstract of my paper. Every now and then I change something a little bit, but it's basically this. And I sent my abstract to family and friends, and I was like, read this and tell me what you think I'm saying. And if it doesn't make any sense to you, then tell me that. And most of them were like, I don't understand what you're saying. And it took me legitimately over a year to understand what they were hung up on. And both my dad was one of them, and a friend of mine was one of them. And they were both people who I didn't know like enough about my theory outside of the abstract to assume, like, to fill in the gaps. And that's what I wanted. I wanted somebody who, this is all the information they have. Are they able to understand what I'm saying? And I was like, what don't you get? They were like, it just doesn't make sense. I don't understand what you're saying. And I was like, what part of it don't you understand? They were like, I just don't understand. And I was stuck. And eventually I went to them and I was like, which word? And I went sentence by sentence, and I was like, I read the first sentence and then the second sentence. And I kept asking after every sentence, do you understand what that meant? Yes. Do you understand what that meant? Yes. Do you understand what that meant? No. Okay. What word did I lose you at in that sentence? And for both of them, it was singularity. And I said, well, okay. And to me, I'm like, singularity, singular, like it means something singular. That's what I mean. A single thing, something with oneness. The just basic definition of singularity, just something singular something. And I was like, what do you think of when you read that word? And they were like black holes and like the Big Bang. And I was like, God damn it. Our physics narrative has screwed us up. Not even in way beyond like just physics. It's like we can't. They've changed the definition of singularity away from the etymological definition to be something that we don't know. It's like, what is a singularity? It's the point in which your math breaks. Okay, so you don't know why, because otherwise the math would be broken. In math, that's what a singularity is. Okay, what in physics is a singularity? Well, in cosmology, it is the, assumed to be before the Big Bang. Okay. What does that even mean? Like, we don't know what came before the Big Bang. And yet you're saying that it's a singularity. And now people are saying that they're associating that's the definition. It's a placeholder for that which we don't know. And people are assuming that singularity now means that it is defined as that thing that other people understand, but I don't understand. But reality, that even the people with a PhD don't understand, because they're using singularity as a placeholder term for that which is unknown. It's the other place for to prove a point. If you just go to singularity definition. Singularity refers to a point or state where normal rules, equations, or predictions break down and the established models of a system no longer apply. So when your math breaks, exactly like I said. The term is commonly used in 3 major contexts. Technological singularity. Computer system and futurism is when, artificial intelligence surpasses human capabilities. This is even not correct, but yes, they're talking about a technological sentience, which, by the way, is a sentient singularity. So yeah, it actually is there, but that's not how they're thinking about it. So it's still not sensible, even though it's kind of like it's almost there. And gravitational singularity. In astronomy and general relativity, a singularity is a theoretical point situated at the center of a black hole. At this point, by the way, a point is intrinsically singular. It's a single point. There's no double point. There's a point. So it's not necessary to have a term for it. At this point, matter is crushed into an infinitely small space, resulting in infinite density and gravity. By the way, this term destroys the definition of this, which means your math has broken because your context has changed and you don't know the context now, and so what you're expecting to see isn't there, and you don't understand what you're seeing. Same exact thing as this in mathematics. Mathematical singularity is a point where a mathematical function is undefined. Again, your math is broken, or becomes infinite. Gosh. A common example is dividing by 0. The value explodes to infinity, making the equation fail at the specific point. I made a video years ago, it's one of the first ones on this channel, where I said, and in this I'd started writing a paper about like my models. It wasn't even a theory yet. It wasn't meant to be. It was just like models. And I was talking about redefining 1 and 0, and how 0 fundamentally represents like a superposition of 1 and infinity. It's like an infinite loop, even symbolically, from a symbolism standpoint. It's a single structure that's a infinite loop. It keeps going infinitely, but it's entirely self-enclosed, so it's 1. And so I suggested that like actually what is happening is that we should, like, if we're going to talk about it in a fundamental sense, there is no 0, because 0 is, in a non-fundamental context, is called it's a placeholder term for what's called an empty set, which just means nothing. You have 0 apples. It means I don't have apples. But there is no such thing as an empty set in a fundamental context, because fundamentally what exists is existence itself, and that's 1. And so it starts at 1, not at nothing. And so there is no empty set in a fundamental context, because what that would mean is that non-existence would exist. So and I was like, non-existence by definition doesn't exist. So there's no fundamental 0. And if we want to include it in a fundamental like way that makes sense, it actually changes its definition into being like an enclosed infinity almost. But it's infinite growth or within a single existence. That's what it means. Which is the only infinity that exists. And infinity is not like beyond comprehension. Lex Friedman would be like, what is infinity? Can we even comprehend it? Infinity just means something that has a beginning and no end. That's what it means. It's just because math is about quantities. So it's a series of infinite quantities, the growth of infinite quantities. And I propose that. And this is kind of like what this is saying is when you divide by 0, as x approaches 0, the value explodes to infinity, making the equation fail at that specific point. It's like, did it actually fail? Or do you not understand infinity? And it didn't fail. And it just kind of, it placed it in the context of an action, an infinite action. Which is weird because like the calculator is doing a single action. It's not doing an action. You are doing a single action when you click equals on a calculator, and it's trying to display, I don't even know if it's right to say it's trying, but it's, what's happening is that there's an attempt or a requirement or whatever to show infinite actions, a series of infinite actions within a single action, which doesn't really make sense. But like there are spaces where it's like better. Like in Excel is like a better way of kind of series, like modeling infinite action. Like if you go to like the Fibonacci sequence, this is an equation right here. You start by the way, you have to start with 1, and it has to reference itself, and that's, you add an information to itself. So you're adding the context of the information is the information, and you're adding it to itself, and then you are clicking equals. But in Excel, you can continue the action. But if you try and do that in a single calculator, like you're just gonna fail. Where like a calculator that doesn't show a series of cells on top of each other. These are just messing around with number sequences for reasons that weren't random, but I'm not going to get into today. But what is interesting is like, look at how they turns into a braided rope. Like you can see that this is just a sequence that's building off of other sequences in a chain. So it's a series of like self-referential chains, and if you look at them, you see it's a bunch of interwoven strings of information. You can legitimately see the shape of it in this context. It's a braided rope. This book, Golder. Gold Electrobach right here. An eternal golden braid. That's what every one is. But like numbers, the construction of numbers is really the construction of symmetry starting from a singularity. And every time you add one more to a different to the previously existing quantity, you are adding a point of symmetry, and that's how information is ordered. It's a blockchain. Numbers, quantities, which numbers are a blockchain, and that's because all information is a blockchain. That's also why DNA is a blockchain. It's a self-referential chain. That's why it spins in on itself, because it's self-referential. It's referencing itself. It's like when a dog chases its own tail, what does it do? It chases itself. It does this. but it's building as it does that, so it spins. And that is exactly also what we're, blockchain, like, that people associate with digital currency is. But DNA is a chemical blockchain. Numbers, the number line is a informational blockchain. But we associate blockchain with just the blockchain, which is like used for trading cryptocurrencies or whatever. But in reality, it's the structure of information, and it's like fundamental structure of information in a system that is enclosed and also growing. So that requires it to be self-referential and also generative. So you get the double helix. The double helix it's not a DNA structure. It's the information structure. And it's just in the context of chemical bonds. Yeah, this whole book. It's about symmetry structures. Mind and thoughts. I need to go through and read this one day. I've read parts of it. It really is, it goes into coding and math and art. This is a new copy, but I also have a very old one. And my roommate, when I first started this project, I told him about, I walked downstairs and I was like, dude, like I'm going to sound crazy, but I'm pretty sure I might have stumbled on like a theory of everything. And I just need to tell somebody, but I was like, don't believe me. You shouldn't believe me. But I'm telling somebody because I just need to, not because I'm trying to make you believe me. It would be actually nonsensical for him to believe me. If you don't watch my channel or listen or hear or speak to me personally, like regularly, you shouldn't believe me. But he walked away for a minute, and after like a week of us talking after work, he walked away, and then he came back downstairs, and he had this book, but it was a more chewed up version of this, much older. I have it somewhere, and I was like, "What's that?" And he was like, "I don't know, but I think that it's relevant to what you're talking about." And and I opened it, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, yes, it absolutely is. This is about what I'm thinking about all the time." And I was like, "Where did you get this? Why do you have this book?" And he said, and he's a writer, so like he's very into, other people's writings, the books that they've written. And he said, well, one day I walked into a bookstore and I decided that my goal was going to be to try and find the most advanced science book that I possibly could. And he was like, this is what I found. And it's actually amazing that this is what he found. It's like remarkable because it's probably a book about like the most about like it's a book about what is very fundamental concepts. Let's look at what it's about mind. It's about which is information. So if what is Gödel, Escher, Bach about? By the way, I have an interview recorded voice interview of Anton Baker, who's an artist. He does sculptures, digital and physical. You can look up his work. I'll just look it up. But Anton Baker, and I need to do an interview of him that's like I'm actually allowed to show, but I'm not allowed to show it. He knows I have it, but he had a conversation with me on the phone for like over an hour, and his mentor's mentor was MC Escher. This is him. This is his work. At the time, he wasn't comfortable like being on camera, and so he was like, "You can record this and then make a video about my work." Referencing this recording, but you can't like. I don't want you to play it, and so I haven't ever showed it because I haven't had the time to do that, and I ended up having a baby, and it just time got away from me. But he has since gone on YouTube and done interviews like here, and so I bet you he would come on now. But this is his work. But it was a great talk. I really am grateful to him. It was very personally meaningful to me, even if I never post an interview with him on this channel publicly. Godel Escher. I'm like very, very grateful for him giving me that time. Let's see. Godel Escher Bach, An Eternal Golden Braid. Explores the connection between mathematics, art, and music through the works of logician Kurt Gödel, artist MC Escher, and composer J.S. Bach. It uses strange loops. Oh. Self-reference. Interesting. And recursion. Cool. What is strange loop that is self-referential and recursive? Meaning like it's referential and growing. Recursion is, that's what that means. It's a study of mind. It's a study of sentience, of the mind, of mental structure, but without saying it. It's like, it's about recursion and self-reference. It's like where ideas speak about or refer back to themselves. Guys, what is something that speaks and refers back to itself? It's a someone. Like, this is crazy. It's such an attempt to avoid the obvious and avoid God. And I don't think that it's even because people don't like, they're like opposed to God. It's like, I think that they just don't want to be judged by their colleagues. Everybody from like Eric's like stylized question by Albert Einstein to what's his name, Michio Kaku's Einstein believed in the God of Spinoza, to every academic who's being referenced by ChatGPT and coming up with this nonsense of Plato was a theist, but didn't believe in monotheistic beliefs of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. He actually believed in a being that he called the demiurge, who orders the cosmos into reason and goodness. He's a cosmic craftsman, a divine craftsman. That is exactly what Jews, believing Jews and Christians and Muslims believe. Like, that is exactly it. It's the use of the term gods, like plural. No one believes in. As soon as you say I believe in gods, or Plato believed in gods, you've changed the definition of God from what I mean. What I mean is the sentient someone who is existence itself and therefore intrinsically singular. You don't even need to. That is the definition of theism. You don't need to have monotheist. Anybody that says polytheism is using the term God differently than I am, and or they don't understand the definition of God. But the thing is that the definition of God has to be that single being, that single initial all-encompassing being that is sentient existence itself. It can't be gods, because that just means beings more powerful than you, or beings that that can't die. And it's like, that isn't God. Like, if there's an afterlife, then you don't even die necessarily. Like, and so are you a god? No, because if you're a god, then God doesn't mean anything. It's such a misframing. But I want to ask ChatGPT. I know it's getting late. What do Jews in Judaism, the Abrahamic God is the God of the Abrahamic religions believe, or what do the Abrahamic religions believe about God? Do all of on about God? What do all the Abrahamic religions agree on about God? Let's see what it says. Several core claims about God, even though they differ. Major areas of agreement. There is one God. That God created the universe. He is the source of all creation and sustains the world. The universe depends on that God for its existence. Okay, that's a cosmic craftsman ordered the universe. God is all powerful. That just means he is the most powerful being. It's saying all powerful gets confused. Like, that doesn't mean he doesn't have limits. It means like it means his will trump everyone else's. Because everyone is inside of him. Like, that means he is our world. Like, he's more powerful than us if we fit inside of him. God is all knowing. Yeah, obviously. God, we are all, everyone and everything is inside of God. So he knows. He's like an inverted eyeball. Look, he can look in on himself because he can't look out. Actually, there is nothing outside of him. God's God's ability to know what is going on is limited to what is within him because there is nothing outside of him. It's not that his power is limited, it's that there is nothing outside of him. God is good and just. This is what it's saying. He is merciful and compassionate. Okay. So it sounds like describes a divine craftsman called the demiurge who orders the cosmos according to reason and goodness. Demiurge is not an all-powerful creator who makes the universe from nothing. Instead, it shapes pre-existing chaos into an ordered cosmos. Chaos of what? Like, what are you talking about? This is nonsense. Plato also viewed the universe as rationally ordered and infused with intelligence. Okay, that's sentient singularity theory, guys. Pre-existing chaos. Just so you are aware, let's look at the Bible. And it says, Genesis. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty, and darkness was on the surface of the deep. This is talking about, at least it's talking about, scriptures always has multiple levels of what meaning, but one of the things that I think that it's talking about is it's describing the creation of structure, of form. So it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So in the beginning, that means like time has been created, the heavens and the earth. This is like matter, and you could even say like maybe energy. But now the earth was formless and empty, and darkness was over the surface of the deep. So when it says surface, we're now talking, it's like a plane. By the way, if you read different translations, like sometimes it does say plane, of the deep. Now we're having depth, and God was hovering above the waters. It's like now we fill the vessel. So we've got like a beginning, then we have energy, we have matter, and right here, we have it's, you know, a formless emptiness, and with nothing to observe, or no observers, you could even say. And over the surface of the deep, which now we have like a plane, a flat plane, a surface, and now we have deep, we have depth. So it's like 2D, 3D, and hovering above the waters. Let's say you make a square, then you have a cube. What is a cube? Now what you have a cube, it's like you have this vessel that is able to be filled. What you fill a vessel with, like this is, a fluid basically of some kind. So like this, I'm not saying that this is the only meaning of it. I'm saying that this is part of the meaning of it. It's about the emergence of structure itself, of space-time itself, of matter and energy itself. And then it goes on and says, let's see if we, Genesis, chaos. Chaos, I can't spell. There are translations where this is basically what he's doing, is he's creating order. He fills the empty chaos. Genesis, creation. As chaos, described in Hebrew as tohu bohu. I don't know if that's a right way to pronounce it, and I did take Hebrew for years. Formless and void. Okay. Empty and chaotic. Creation is not the manufacturing of matter from absolute nothingness, but rather God's act of overcoming this primordial void and darkness by speaking structure, order, and boundaries into existence. I don't know how much I think that this actually is the right way of framing it. It's God is creating someone within him, the first being, which I think is, you could call the universe, the sentient universe. And then all these beings are created within it, within that universe. And the matter and space and time are emergent structures that are observed in interactions between beings. But it's sentient singularity theory. So we're not making when God says let there be light, light is described not as observation, which is only someone can do. So when it says at the end of creation in Genesis, it says, and God said, let there be light, and it was good. That which is good is someone, by the way. It's not something. No thing is good. Someone can be good, or can do good, at least. But and it's you are told to be, in Christianity and Judaism, it's you're told to be a light in the world. Jews are meant to be a light unto the nations. Christians are meant to be light in the world. You're supposed to be a light. That someone is a light. It's not light is this just bullet that is flying through the air that nobody fired. And that's not what it is either. If you understand even the speed of light as the speed of the observation of causality, then you realize it's actually light, perception of light is the act of observation. It's not that light exists and you absent of an observer. That's not the right understanding of light. But it's interesting that he says, let there be light at the end. I always took this to mean this is someone that we are making. So he's kind of building a structure for this someone to inhabit, and then to some degree, and then when it's the structure that can be inhabited, someone inhabits it. If you're Christian, it's interesting. This is just for you. But if you're not Christian, this is not for you. But people who are Christian are constantly looking to the Old Testament for quotes that they think are references to Christ, which they are. They're not. That doesn't mean they're references to Jesus. They might be. I think probably, but it doesn't really matter. The point is that they are references usually to the Messiah, and the Messiah is the same. Christ isn't a person; it's a title for. It just means Messiah. So but yeah, but they'll look back and I think that the first, if the Messiah in Christianity is assumed to have pre-existed Abraham, because that was the words of Jesus. He said, "Before Abraham, I am." A lot of people took this to mean that he was saying that he was God. If you only take that as in that sentence in and of itself, maybe that's possible. But if you look at other things that he said, it doesn't seem like that's the case. He cried out to God while he was dying and said, "My God, why have you forsaken me?" He thought he was being forsaken by God. That's not somebody who believes that doesn't sound like somebody who believes they are God. And by God, I mean what Christians call the Father. That's what I mean. That being that is the initial being, and the initial all-encompassing someone. That's what I'm talking about. But I actually think that the very first, if it is true, if this Messiah is like pre-existing, is a pre-existing being, like before anyone else, other than, at least God, maybe, it still makes sense to say, like, for that being to be able to say, before Abraham I am. And I would say that, like, the first instance of, if you are Christian, then you understand, like, a lot more context that I'm not giving here, because I can't give you an entire, like, lesson on a religion tonight. But that being is given, like, dominion over everyone else within God, by God. So that means, like, it's the second being inside God. This is like a nested Matryoshka doll. You have sovereignty over everyone within you, and so the second being would have sovereignty, would be able to exercise authority on everybody within them, but as long as God's allowing it, because that being is within God. So it's I would say I have this theory that, like, the very first, like, instance of a reference to this, you could say, Christ in the Bible is actually "Let there be light," and Jesus even said, "I am the truth and light." I think he said light and not, and he also said life, but Jesus. And anything that you're within is the truth to you. Your world. That means it's your world. The information structure that you are built on is about as true as is true can be. So I am, and light. He said, "I am the way, truth, and the life." Okay. Maybe he didn't say light. While light is often tied to his identity in verses like John 8:12, the exact quote from John 14:6 is, "I am the way, the truth, and the life." Yeah, that's true. But still. I still think it makes sense. If you're a Christian, or you are like an observant, like, Jew or Muslim, then what I just talked about makes sense to you. But if you're not, I apologize for speaking nonsense for 15 minutes. It's not really nonsense. It just sounds like it because you don't know what I'm talking about. If, like, one thing's that when I became a theist, and then I started, like, studying these religions more, which I became a theist first from like investigating consciousness, not from, like, reading the Bible. Then I started looking at the Bible and the Quran, and I one of the things that I had to realize is that theological or religious communities they might be speaking the same language as you, but they're not speaking the same language as you. They have meaning associated with words that you don't understand if you're coming from outside that world. It's like if you know nothing about a sport, and you are sitting in a group of people and they're all just talking about a sport, and this person hit a doubleheader, and I don't know, they're whatever terms, like sports terms you're going to use. I'm just thinking about too many sports, too many terms in too many sports. But, like, if you're like, he hit a grand slam, and then the next inning, the pitcher, like, threw a no-hitter, and it's like, you have no idea what any of this is. They might be speaking English, but it doesn't matter. You have no idea what they're talking about. This is exactly what is happening when you are listening to a bunch of religious people speak about, like, scripture and God. If you are an atheist, or really an anti-theist, but usually people call themselves an atheist, but it's a nonsensical term. And I say that as somebody who used it. But you can't, atheism implies a lack of a belief, like amelanistic is a term for like albino. It's the technical term for albino. Like if you have an albino snake, it's an amelanistic snake. Amelanistic means lacking of melanin. So absent melanin. And atheistic means lacking a belief in God, but with God, we're talking about fundamental reality, and we're talking about fundamental existence. And really what it comes down to, do you believe that existence fundamentally and initially and all encompassing and totally is someone? Or do you believe that it's not? Do you believe that is consciousness emerged from unconscious inanimate matter? Or do you believe that sentience is fundamental and that matter, the observation and definition of matter and objects in space and time, are within the context of sentient beings? That's it. One of them is a theist, and by intrinsically monotheistic by the definition of God itself. If God doesn't imply the first being, the single being that is existence itself, that is intrinsically singular, there's no point in using the term God. If you are talking about like a context in which existence itself is not someone, and we are not within someone, actually, our existence is not like as being here embodied is not an intentional choice by anybody, and consciousness, sentience evolves and emerges from inanimate matter somehow, some way. Then you are not, it's not that you're absent a belief about God. It is that you disbelieve in God. You don't believe. It's not that you are absent a belief. People would argue about this all the time. Sam Harris would say, it's not that I'm an atheist, and that doesn't mean I don't believe in God. It means I'm completely lacking any belief in any God. Like, dude, that doesn't make any sense. And this is why etymology is so important, is like the etymology of atheist means something that isn't even possible. Anti-theist, that is possible. That is actually a sensible term. That is what Sean Carroll is. He's an anti-theist, not an atheist, an anti-theist. He disbelieves in God. He said it many times in many podcasts. It's not that he doesn't have a belief about it. It's like you can't not have a belief about the nature of existence. You are in existence. Everybody interacts with it. Do you believe that the universe loves you? You're a theist. Do you believe that the universe doesn't have any feelings at all and it's just a swirling ball of dust? You're an anti-theist. Same, and even agnostic doesn't make sense in the context of theism. You can't be an agnostic. That agnostic, when somebody says I'm an agnostic, when somebody says I'm an atheist, what they really mean, and I say that as somebody who called themselves that for 24 years of my life, what you really mean is that you're an anti-theist. You disbelieve in the fundamentality of sentience, and you don't believe that existence or the universe is someone. You don't believe there's any intentionality behind anything that has led to our current circumstances, really, or at least like the existence of sentience. And after that, sure, sentient beings have like goals, but prior to that, there's no sentient beings to have no goals, and so it's all just a happy accident, I guess. Even describing it like that doesn't make any sense. But there's no way to describe it that does make sense, because it doesn't make sense. But if you but if you say I'm an agnostic, what you are actually saying, and I'm not going to tell anybody which one they are, but I will say that anybody that calls themselves an agnostic is absolutely one of these two things. They are either somebody who is a theist in a room full of anti-theists and they don't want anyone to know, or they are an anti-theist in a room full of theists and they don't want anybody to know. That's really what it is. You don't want to say one way or another. That's what, but you definitely have a belief. You can't not have a belief about the nature of the universe. And this has nothing to do with religions. You don't have to you could be agnostic about Judaism. You could be agnostic about Islam. You could be agnostic about Hinduism. You could be agnostic about Scientology. But you can't be agnostic about God. So to be agnostic about something is, you can only be agnostic about something that you can ignore, that you don't have to interact with. You have to interact with existence every day and the universe. You don't have to interact with the Quran. You could never read it and be like, I'm agnostic. That's fine. But you can't do that with God. And by the way, neither one of them is a choice. Being a theist is not a choice. It is something that, just like believing the sun will rise tomorrow is not a choice. You either believe it or you don't. And so it's not a judgment. Anybody who's a theist should not be judging anti-theists, and anti-theists should not be judging theists. No one has a choice in it. Again, as someone who has been both, I didn't ever choose either one. So anyways, I'm going to call it. It's late. You made it back. Is it too late to ask a small question? Ask the question. How do cosmologists and physicists know how much of reality along with our universe? What do we not know anything of? Don't they say that we only know 3.5% of it all? I don't know where you're getting that number. Here's what I'll say. Dark matter, when people say there's dark matter, what they're really saying is that when you add up all the gravity that would be expected from the mass that we factor into our equations, that we assume it exists, and based on observations and some equations, but really it's a prediction still. But even if it's right, let's assume it's right, that if you added up all of the matter that we see, that mass doesn't have enough gravity to hold the universe together. So that means that what people have done with that is they've said, okay, what that must mean is that there's matter that we can't perceive in normal circumstances that is everywhere, and it is responsible for the extra mass, the extra gravity. First of all, people who are making this assumption do not know what gravity is. They don't even really have a hypothesis that's sensible about what gravity is. And they don't actually know what matter is. And they don't even think that they need a hypothesis about really what matter is. Good luck answering, figuring out, where the extra gravity is coming from based on your observations of matter if you don't actually know what either one of these things really is, or you don't even have a hint. You don't even think that you need to ask the question. But what I will say is that, so what they'll do is they'll say, well, there's dark matter. There's matter that we can't perceive. Dark just means can't perceive it. Again, dark means can't perceive it. That means light means perception. Only someone can perceive anything. Again, light in the context of really anything means someone, whether it's the Bible or it's, physics. That many physicists would disagree with that, but the more you ask questions and get them to dig, like that's what you'll get at. And so, but dark matter means not being able to see it. A black hole means means like we're not able to see what's going on there. If assuming that there isn't even anything to see. They are assuming that there's something going on and that we can't see it. And that's why they call it a black hole. It's not that it's black. It's that they say light can't escape, which means you just can't see it. So that's why a black hole, the singularity of a black hole is just beyond the event horizon. It's like, this is really redundant in unnecessary language. And what this comes from is when there's no progress being made to explain why things are the way that they are, or why things or what things really are. You start building like emptiness on top of the emptiness that you have, because you just can't stop building, but like you actually don't have anything to build with. It's like trying to build a house out of bricks. Like you have half a house built, half of a brick house, and you're going to try and build the other half of the house with the bricks that are already being used, because there's no bricks outside the house. It's like, good luck. You're just going to build those walls over there, and then you're going to not have any walls over here anymore. And then you're going to be like, oh, there's no walls over there, so we need to build walls over there. Let's go get those bricks over there and build walls. And now we don't have walls over there. And you just do that endlessly. This is happening in biology too, with like the definition of species and stuff. They just make new species all the time, but it's not new species. And it's based on an ever-changing definition of the term species, which means it's not defined, which means why are you making a new species if you don't have a definition of species? This is the same thing I'm talking about. Why are you building a house out of trying to finish building a house using bricks that are already being used? Like you're taking from you're not building anything, actually. You're just spinning around in circles. Sentient singularity theory proposes a very different idea to explain this extra gravity. And while current physics assumes that there's matter that we just haven't figured out how to perceive, that present, there's particles that we don't see, and there's also a particle called a graviton that we've never observed, but we assume it's there because symmetry reasons that kind of make sense, but so they're just filling in gaps with placeholders, and the terms for these placeholders are not descriptive of actually what they're holding the place of. So when we shouldn't say dark matter, because that automatically assumes that it's matter that we can't see. Even if that's your assumption, you don't know if that's true. I think that when you understand what gravity is, it's just force. It's movement. That's what it is. It's movement, and you see it relative to. It's the movement of the universe, basically, and you can see it relative to what's in the universe. But it makes it seem like it's like, how do I explain this? I'm trying to think of a metaphor that's decent, but the universe is moving is my point. That's why it seems like gravity distorts time. But it's like, what is time? Time is just the observation of causality in a relativistic context as it relates to an observer. Like, that's what it is. So you're seeing like causality slow or speed up based on gravity. What that really means is like you're seeing like fundamental movement of the universe itself, like metaphysical movement. And so what I think, that means that gravity is like, the perception of gravity is the perception of movement. What I think is that the extra gravity that we calculate, but that we don't have an explanation for, and that is assumed to be due to matter that is present, but is for some reason not perceivable to us. Which, by the way, there's no such thing as that. Like, matter is by definition like perceivable if you understand what matter is. But if you don't, and then you realize that matter is due to contextual is formed by within the contextual observations of interacting sentient beings, then you think that it exists like absent sentient beings. So because of that, you can even assume that that matter can exist that is not observed by anybody. So like that's I would say a little bit it's also wrong. But what I think this extra gravity is from, this, which is extra movement, it's like force. You're seeing the universe moving. Is that the universe moving? It's fundamental. Gravity is fundamental movement. It's fundamental like interaction. It's like fundamental force inflicted on other beings by each other. And so this doesn't make sense to you if you outside of sentient singularity theory, because you look at atoms and you don't think that they're sentient beings, but I think they are. So that fundamental information changing and informational impact that they can have can be observed as a little bit of gravity associated with their mass. But gravity is, if it's that, then like it can come from the universe itself too. So I think that extra gravity, that which is assumed to exist because of the equations that they've done and based on the observations that they've seen, is actually the universe moving itself. That's what it is. It's not. And when I say moving, I mean like moving information. That's what I mean. That's why gravity, like I said, impacts time, because it impacts causality, chains of causality. It is the movement of information, fundamentally. That's why the more mass, the more gravity, the more it slows down time, is because the more information is being changed. And like for that to be processed by us in the context of us is going to be observed in kind of like a chronological fashion, and therefore is going to be interpreted as like, it's going to be kind of understood as the changing of time. But like, you're not ever aware of time changing. Like no one's aware. Nobody feels time speeding up or slowing down. Like if you watch Interstellar, when they go to that planet near the black hole, and it's been like 9 hours for them, but it's been like 20 years for the guy who's orbiting the planet waiting for them. None of them felt different from normal. Like, it's only when they reunite that they realize that like they were impacted at a different rate, but neither one of them felt this speeding up of time or anything. I actually think if you want like to the feeling of time passing is it's always within the context of a sentient being. It's like compare and it's all comparative. So because it's relativistic. So that's why time seems to speed up when you get older. It's not really that time speeds up. Your days stay the same. Your days don't feel quicker as you get older. Your years feel quicker as you get older. And the reason why is because you are comparing the 1 year of the one past year of your life to the past 20 years of your life instead of the past 5 years of your life, if you're 5. So yeah, like it's a smaller portion. A year of 20 years of being alive is much smaller portion of your life, which means it's a shorter portion of your life. If your reference point is comparing it to all the previous years, and that's what you're doing. You're not comparing it to the previous year. You're comparing it to all of your previous years that and memories that you have over all those years. I actually think that I have a hypothesis that like farmers would not see their time speeding up as quickly as people who are not farmers because they have to be so in tune with the seasons. And so that's why they say last season. It's like they have very definitive chapters for each year, whereas we don't if you're not a farmer. Like, but we do with days. Like, you go to sleep and you wake up. One day. You go to sleep and wake up again. Another day. You're not comparing today to every other day of your life combined. You're comparing it to just the previous time of you waking up and going to sleep. And it's about this. It feels about the same. That's why the years seem faster, but the days seem the same. Sometimes you have a long day if a lot happens, and if nothing happens, it really depends on where your focus is. If nothing happens and you're bored, it seems like a long day. Because you're just constantly like looking to the future and you're not paying attention. You're not in the present moment. You're just focused on time the whole time. And if you are having kind of a hard day but a lot has happened, you're just waiting for the day to be over too. So it's like, that's why at the end of a hard day where a lot of things happen, you say it was a really long day. But if you're really bored and nothing happens, but all day, but you say it was a really long day, because that's how time is experienced. Time is just experienced. It doesn't actually exist the way that we think it does, outside of a context of being felt. Chains of causality exist, but time is really felt. Like the way that we reference time. There's a lot of different ways that we define time. Time is like, this is the time is like it's too late. What is it? It's 1 a.m. Oh my gosh, it's 2 a.m. I gotta go to bed. And then there's like how time feels. And then there's like time as a causality chain that speeds up and slows down, but isn't felt like in Interstellar. So, but if you use that definition, years don't mean anything anymore. And if you use like this definition, then again, the feeling of time doesn't kind of like doesn't mean anything anymore. It's the coin thing. It's like, which definition are you using? But same thing with dark energy. When people say dark energy, what they mean, why they're saying that is saying that the universe appears to be expanding and and there isn't an explanation for it from within the universe. I want to just say, imagine you are a cell inside of a body, and there's a bunch of cells moving around inside of the body as well. Each one of those cells' movement is requires all the other beings around it, all the other molecules and atoms and other cells as well, and even you. That imparts a little bit of force and changes how information impacts information flow. But then also, if you move, it impacts information flow. Like, if I move my arm, the entire world for my cells is bending. That's the bending of space-time. Like, when they say space-time is bending, like, I'm also able to move, and that causes all this extra movement that my cells are going to see or feel, perceive potentially if they're looking, and they're not going to have an explanation for it from other cells. If they add up all the movement by all the other cells in the body, and there's going to be not enough movement to move the universe, to move their world as much as it does, which is because I'm also moving. That's what is going on, I think, with dark matter. Dark energy, imagine you're a cell inside a body and it is expanding. What does that mean? It's growing. Like, imagine my daughter, a cell inside my daughter, their world is going like this. You're inside a being. Every time a new sentient being is created inside that being grows. Just like a human being. Every time a new cell is created, it grows. So, but you can't, the dark energy is, they have no explanation for it. Dark energy is a mysterious, invisible form of energy that permeates all of space and acts as a repulsive force, driving the accelerating expansion of the universe. Okay. Cool story, bro. Dark matter. Dark matter is a mysterious, invisible substance that makes up about 85% of all the matter in the universe. By the way, this is so ridiculous. Like, it's a mysterious, invisible substance that we have never seen, ever. We just assume it exists because of math and assumptions that are contextualizing that math that we don't actually know are true. And it makes up 85% of the matter in the universe. Okay, what is matter? What is matter? Matter is anything that has mass and takes up space. What is mass? Mass is a fundamental property of physical matter. It measures and it objects' inertia and determines the strength of its gravitational attraction. That's what I mean by movement. Gravity is movement. Its mass is inertia. So that's actually not bad. Just know, I don't know if that's what you meant, but sentient singularity theory has logical answers for these that I don't wish are true or anything. I didn't pull them out of my hat or anywhere else. They seem built in. If you're inside a being, like, imagine you're a cell inside a body. What are you seeing when you're looking out at the world? Well, if that being is growing, you're seeing this. And if that being is moving, then you're seeing movement. You're seeing inertia that is measurable, that is not coming from the movement of any cells inside the body. It's is the body itself moving. That's what I think dark matter is, and growing being is what I think dark energy is. That's it. That is the best explanation I've ever heard, and I say that humbly and honestly, not because I came up with it. I don't even think I'm probably the only one, but I can't think of anyone else. But I have never even heard of another explanation other than, like, you know, maybe it's neutrinos. It's like, okay, dude, like maybe it's gravitons. Okay. That's not leading anywhere. Time to change strategies. Einstein said that. Okay, do you think that they do that? Place the word matter with anything you want. You can exactly. Is the event horizon 2D plane? I don't even think that's a good question. If it is, I can't think about it tonight. It's too late. How do you think they do that? Because they do not know what new questions to go about. Yes, that's exactly what it is. They don't know what questions to ask. Einstein knew what questions to ask because he was a theist. Or he at least assumed theism when he asked questions. And you can't deny that because he asked. What I really want to know is, did God have any choice in the laws of the universe or whatever? That's a question assuming the context. It's asked in the context of God. It doesn't even matter what if he didn't really believe in God outside of the question. The question is within the context of God. Plato, Aristotle, Isaac Newton, all these people asked questions in the context of God. They got answers. If you ask questions outside of the context of God, I don't think that you actually have context to ask a question. And so good luck coming up with good questions. You can't. You end up like Sean Carroll. You can invent a universe in which conscious creator isn't necessary. Anyways, kind of think that the reason for universe expansion is because we are still banging. Like having kids. Yeah, a little bit. Can place your chart on screen. Watch chart. I have lots of charts. I love you when you say things like that way. Don't ever change. I appreciate it. But we should use the word love as defined as not a feeling we feel about others, but things we do for others. You can feel loved, and you can love someone. But I think that it's actually not the right way to use the term love. If we say, I love you, and I say that to my wife, and I still think it's wrong, the wrong use of the term. I say, I love this pen too, and I think it's the wrong use of the term. But when I say I love my wife, it's not that I think that I can't love my wife. It's that when I say I love you to my wife, what I mean is my actions for her, like in being her husband and staying her husband is an act of love. So yeah, I'm not trying to dismiss what you said. I appreciate it. But this stream is an act of love for everybody who's watching, and for God. That's true. It also is fun sometimes. A lot of time. I like it. But I do it even on the days that I don't want to, because I feel responsibility to others, to other beings. I'm not doing it for the money. I don't get paid like enough for them to even pay me out. You have to make at least $100 before YouTube gives you any money, and I'm at like $50. And so that means I don't have any money. You don't have any money until you have $100. And I don't even know how long it's taken to get to that point. From the thumbnail. Oh, from the thumbnail. Yeah. And then I gotta go. It's really late again. I so cringe every time it goes so late. But I look forward to this all week, usually. If I'm not excited about it, it's because of how exhausted I am from the day. Not because I don't want to do the stream. What thumbnail did I use even? I used this one, Cosmogenesis. It's this. This is a calculating model of the constraints of the universe. I'll place a video in the description below called 42 in Creation. You can also search it on my channel, and it will explain this. It has like an older version of it, but it's the same thing. This is running an equation of basically measuring if something is dividing and then into two pieces based on on the symmetry in which it's dividing, is one of the pieces bigger than the other after the division. So if you divide something according to a one by one, and you get one, and so you don't basically you're still left with one. You're not actually left with two pieces. If you are dividing 1 by 2, then you're left with 2 equal size pieces. And this equation is asking, is this smaller than this? You're taking 1, you're dividing it by 1. You get a new 1, but you lose the first one, and so you're still left with 1. So this doesn't work. If you take 1, you divide it by 2, you're left with 2 equal size parts. If you take 1 and you divide it into 2 pieces according to a triadic symmetry, though, which is kind of by 3, but it's really into 2 parts, you're left with 1 that is 2/3 and 1 that is 1/3. And this is smaller than this, which means this fits inside this. And that means you can start creation within yourself. It's the mathematical constraints of creation, and it kicks off this entire thing. That's what that is. The other thing is my proposal for a standard model that is more sensible, I think. It basically is just my layout of a standard model. And you have a graviton here, but which is also included on the current standard model, but it's not measured yet, and I think you never will see it because I think we're inside it. So the graviton is the universe itself in my model. This is the graviton. Its force is gravity. The gluon is a particle, the force carrier particle of the strong nuclear force. The photon is the force carrier particle of the electromagnetic force. The W vector weak is the force carrier of the weak force, Z particle. So this is a much more fundamentally symmetrical structure, and it gets rid of the Higgs, because I think that the Higgs is just basically like the inside out view, I guess you could say, of the graviton, but then the graviton is assumed to exist because the Higgs isn't enough to and so but it's, and there, I'm not the only one who believes this. There are other physicists that are like, the Higgs boson is not what is assumed. Eric Weinstein said this. He said in a Discord call once, and I think I'll say it. he basically said that he said the Higgs is bullshit is what he said. And some woman who worked at CERN was on the call too. And she said 100, I'm glad somebody said it. Like, she basically said that people that she worked with at CERN all act like they know what they're doing, but they all know that they don't actually. And they're all looking to each other and for direction, but they're all looking to each other for direction. So nobody actually understands what's going on. They're all copying off each other's tests, but like nobody actually knows the answers, is basically what's going on. And so I think that's totally right. But I mean, it's definitely right. But Stephen Wolfram said the same thing. When I went to an event at MIT, that also included a talk that he gave, but included lots of talks, but one of them was him. I was speaking to him afterwards because he had said in an interview somewhere that the Higgs was a kludge. And I was like, you said it was a kludge. Do you believe it's a kludge? You really believe that? And he's like, yeah, 100% is definitely a kludge. A kludge is like dark matter or dark energy. It's a placeholder to explain something that we can't explain, but we're like, we don't actually know what the answer is, but we're like assuming it's this just because it makes our math work. So a kludge definition. This is what he called it. Is a makeshift, clumsy, or inelegant solution to a problem. While it's often hastily assembled from mismatched parts, it successfully serves its purpose by getting the job done quickly with the resources at hand. That's what he called the Higgs boson, and it definitely is. When I was trying to when I was studying quantum mechanics and the standard model, mostly it's just the standard model. I'm not like an expert on the equations of Schrodinger and everything. But I can tell you that I think I understand what's going on with them. I just don't have the equations memorized. But when I was learning the standard model at first, I understood every single particle and why and I expected every single one that was there. None of them were unexpected except the Higgs. And I was like, I don't understand the Higgs. And I understand the graviton. I don't understand the Higgs. And I understand the spin and charge of everything except the Higgs. But if you go Higgs versus graviton, let's get a nonsense answer from AI. The Higgs boson and the graviton are entirely distinct concepts in physics. The Higgs boson gives elementary particles their rest mass, whereas the graviton is the hypothetical particle proposed to carry the force of gravity. They address completely different questions about how the universe works. What is rest mass? Gravity versus mass. Mass is the fundamental amount of matter in an object, whereas gravity is the fundamental force of attraction between any two objects that have mass. Mass dictates how much an object resists acceleration, while gravity determines how hard objects are pulled towards one another. They're talking about the same thing. Yeah, they're talking about the same thing. If they're not talking about the same thing, then you cannot assume an amount of gravity based on mass observed. And they do. And you can't assume a mass based on gravity observed. And they do. In astronomy, they do all the time. That's how they calculate the size of planets and stars in far-off solar systems, is they look at how it seems to interact with the other, objects around it. And that's how they do it. And so like they're using gravity to calculate mass, and they're using mass to calculate gravity when they look at when they have an assumption of dark matter. That means they're the same thing. And so when AI tells you mass and gravity are two entirely different things, and Higgs and the graviton are two entirely different things. Yeah, only if you want to say they're different words. That does not mean that they're different things. So anyways, it's two perspectives of one action. That's what's happening. You are my favorite. No one ever what's anything to do with these topics. You are the best. I am always very thankful to get to you live. Well, I am very grateful to you being on here. I'm very grateful to everybody who watches and hits the like button, but especially people who watch live, because you guys honestly motivate me to come back. I know I don't address the chat enough, but even just like addressing it once or twice throughout my stream makes me feel like I'm impacting people, real people, not just a like. But the like does help with the algorithm, so please hit the like button. I will be back next week, and thank you to everybody who stayed up late. Peace.